in 1500s and stretched to Western Africa, Central Africa, to an empire called Kanemo Bunu. But the most interesting thing is that Turkey is now on a pivot in its engagement with Africa, just like Ambassador Karim mentioned. The way forward now is not just trade, but investing here such that we create win-win and common prosperity for Africa, Uganda, and Turkey. And Uganda and Turkey have enjoyed warm and cordial bilateral relations since 1969 and have implemented several joint projects in education, agriculture, value addition, environment, infrastructure, ICT, construction. And through the Turkish Cooperation and Coordination Agency, all these and other efforts have resulted the trade volume between both countries to increase to 71 million United States dollars in 2021, up from $63 million in 2020. This is a major jump that we should clap for. And we are continuing to deepen it and accentuate it. That's why we are here. In 2021 alone, Turkish exports to Uganda increased by 26%. But mark this, Uganda's exports to Turkey increased by over 418%. So, actually between Uganda and Turkey, there is some trade imbalance in favor of Uganda. But we are going to make it work, my brothers and sisters from Turkey. So the Uganda Investment Authority is therefore keen to attract more Turkish companies and businesses to invest in Uganda, specifically in agriculture and agro-value addition, education, health, and among others. But Uganda Investment Authority, as you come here to invest, provides significant benefits, what economists, I think, call incentives, that I wanted to articulate. First, Uganda has proven itself to be a highly stable country over the past 35 years. Under the guardianship and stewardship of HE President Yoweri Museveni, Uganda has experienced political stability, democratic progress, and economic growth. And these are not our words. The source is the United States Department of Commerce in a report of 2017. So this is a global endorsement. Uganda is fully peaceful and secure border to border, and this continues to guarantee investors the long-term confidence. According to the latest data sets from the World Bank, Uganda has one of the lowest crime rates and most stable inflation rates in East Africa, averaging between 4.9%. Uganda is the most open economy to foreign direct investment within the East African community, and there are no restrictions on ownership of investments, movement of capital, or foreign exchange. And foreign direct investment track record shows net FDI flows of over 1 billion on average per annum. And the source, again, is the World Bank. But we have metadata that combines both the World Bank data sets, IMF, Uganda Investment Authority, and Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Uganda is the most, according to benchmark from Financial Times Limited, Uganda has an excellent working and living environment, just like Ambassador Mobiru mentioned. It is rated as the third most welcoming country in the world and the fourth best country in the world to visit. So you are not here by accident. You are in one of the best places in the world. Uganda also retains excellent housing and international schools and lowest cost of living in the region. Once you set up your businesses here, we have international schools, we have better health facilities, you will enjoy this country. Uganda also has a robust young and trainable population. Uganda has the fastest growing workforce in the region and flexible labor regulations, and a key advantage for companies investing in labor-intensive operations. The average annual growth, according to 2018-2022, was around 3.9%. And the average labor cost for unskilled and skilled production in the agribusiness is around 440 United States dollars, which is, again, the lowest within the EAC. Uganda's electricity costs are competitive, and the average industrial cost kilowatt per hour for large industrial user in 2019 is moving towards 6 cents, but off-peak, we are already implementing the 5 cents USD kilowatt per hour as promised by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda. The property costs in Uganda are competitive, with industrial shed monthly rents ranging between 4 to 6 United States dollars per square meter. We have a large and growing domestic market of nearly 45 million people, and we are strategically located at the heart of Africa, with a combined market population of over 700 million in the East African community and the Comesa region. And recently, as you may be aware, the East African community welcomed the Democratic Republic of Congo into its growing family, giving investors in Uganda access to new markets and opportunities for growth. And the new East African community now offers a combined market-driven economy of 266 million people and a gross domestic product of 243 billion United States dollars. The EAC now stretches from the Indian Ocean to Atlantic Ocean. You'll have both the costs. This large continental market access is supported by access to external markets under special agreements, with over, for example, 6,000 products eligible for US markets under the rubric of the Growth and Opportunity Act, and quota-free and tax-free access to all products into the European Union under the rubric of everything else but arms. This is the right time for enhancing partnership and investing in Uganda to access these global markets. Our valued investors begin their journey by applying for and being issued with an investment license. And through this license, investors gain access to incentives to assist them commence operations in the country. They include provision of free and serviced land in our industrial parks, generous and competitive tax incentives, and coordinated institutional support from over 13 government agencies at Uganda's Investment Authority's one-stop center. Uganda also retains robust institutions to deal quickly with business disputes. We have a very robust commercial court that prioritizes mediation and arbitration to quickly solve business disputes. All these are guarantors to better doing business environment and provide confidence to investors as you come here in the part of Africa to invest. Like I mentioned, we give free land in our industrial parks. And the Director General mentioned that tomorrow the Turkish Industrial Park and Trade Center is going to be opened just 1 hour and 30 minutes from the airport in Nakasongola, where you can set up businesses. And the investment land bank, retained now by Uganda Investment Authority, is stretching over 16 square miles. Government of Uganda has deployed resources to make these parks fully serviced with industrial electricity, industrial water, tarmac roads, high-speed internet, and industrial waste treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda is enriched with competitive tax incentive regime, which includes the following. 1, the 10-year tax holiday for investors. For agricultural sector, both commercial and value addition sectors, the developers and operators in industrial parks, manufacturers who export 80% of their production outside the domestic market. We retain import duty exemptions on plant and machinery. But to clarify this point, you can only access these incentives if you have invested. They are not carte blanche. So when you come, we facilitate you, you invest, then you have access to some of these tax incentives. I thought I should clarify that. And among others, you'll have 100% allowable expenditure on training. What does this mean? If you train Ugandans, skill them, when you are filing your tax returns, the amount you use to train Ugandans is deductible. We have 100% allowable expenditure in research and development. All the money you invest in R&D, research and development, once you are submitting your tax returns, it is deductible. We have 100% cost recovery on exploration, development, and production cost expenditure in mining operations. Needless to say, latest data sets from Uganda Investment Authority show that the mineral resources we have in this country, once we do value addition on them, they are worth over 650 billion United States dollars, including iron ore in Honorable Bahati's neighborhood at Moko. Tourism-specific vehicles are exempt from import taxes. Hotel equipment is exempt. Fixtures and furniture are exempt from taxes at importation. And VAT is exempt on accommodation in tourist hotels and lodges located across the country. And the Honorable His Excellency Ambassador Karem mentioned to me that after these business deals and conversations, the over 300 business people from Turkey are going to be visiting the country, visiting our national parks. We have great safari experience in this country, so these exemptions exist. And you can also invest in the tourism sector. Let me also mention, ladies and gentlemen, that Uganda is guided by the triple bottom line of people, profit, and the planet. Whatever we try to do, we do it sustainably. Finally, on behalf of Uganda Investment Authority, allow me to really thank you very much for honoring our invitation to be part of Turkey-Uganda Investment Trade, Industry and Tourism Summit. You're very, very much welcome to invest and do business in Uganda. God bless you and have happy deliberations. Thank you very much.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is what you call a comprehensive understanding of the investment opportunities that are available in Uganda. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And as I was talking to the Honorable Minister of State for International Cooperation, he reminded me that we are here to close deals. Let us not forget that in everything that we do or speak today. We're here to close deals. Our chairman has told you what you will get as an investor in this country. Let's remember that always. And speaking of deals, those interested in the business-to-business engagements should proceed to the Commonwealth Banqueting Room, which is above the restaurant. Those meetings will run alongside this summit until 5 p.m. They have started already. Please feel free to walk there, close the deal, come back, continue in the summit, and grab a cup of coffee, as this is a working summit. I'd now like to take the opportunity to invite the Minister of State of International Cooperation, Honorable Okello Oryem, to please come and give his remarks on that podium. Thank you.
It's okay. Oh, this is another one. Your Excellency and colleague Minister Rizatuna Taragay, the Deputy Minister of Trade from Turkey, colleague ministers from Uganda present, Your Excellency Ambassadors of the Republic of Turkey to Uganda, Your Excellency Ambassador of Uganda to Turkey, members of the diplomatic community, distinguished businessmen and businesswomen in the different capacities from Turkey and Uganda, members of the organizing committee, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to, but before that, I was telling the master of ceremony, who has just introduced me here, that I'm a bit worried about the need for us to, make deals, because it's been one speech after another speech after another speech. Time is money in business. And here we are making so many speeches, and what time will these people get to make deals? I'm glad that he's telling us that those who can make it up there should go and do deals. Otherwise, time is not on our side, and we might be disadvantaged of the opportunities we could get from them in engaging their counterparts. But as a Minister of Foreign Affairs, let me do what I'm told to do. I welcome you all to this beautiful and warm country of Uganda, the one most fondly called the Pearl of Africa. I especially welcome the Deputy Minister of Trade, Excellency Riza Tuna, who is here representing the President of Turkey. His presence here signifies the importance in which the Turkish government takes this summit, and it signifies the level of the diplomatic relations between Uganda and Turkey. It is a great honor to be part of the summit, showcasing the potential opportunities in trade, investment, industry, and tourism in Uganda, as well as forge deeper ties between Uganda and Turkey. I would like to thank His Excellency the President, even though he's not here yet, for the able leadership and guidance towards the successful holding of this event today. I also commend our two respective embassies in Ankara and Kampala for leading from the front. I thank all the organizers in Uganda, especially the Minister of State for Investment and the colleagues in the embassy, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and those in the Uganda Investment Authorities, and those behind the scene for ably putting up this magnificent representation. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Turkey and Uganda's relationship date back as early as 1960s, following the attainment of independence by the latter. They continue to be nurtured to grow from strength to strength until both countries opened diplomatic relations in each other's capitals in 2010 and 2011 respectively. Uganda and Turkey enjoy strong and close bilateral ties with excellent political, social, and cultural relationships. Uganda values those relationships, and we are committed to deepening them further in all fields for mutual benefit and prosperity. Furthermore, Turkey has continued to contribute towards the human capital development in Uganda by extending numerous scholarships, which were mentioned here by my ambassador, annually in various capacity building opportunities, and enabling our predominantly young population to acquire and develop new skills. Human capital development is considered a fundamental enabler for social economic transformation of a country, and Uganda is no exception. The good thing about these young people is we produce over 50,000 of them from universities, highly trained, highly qualified, and they speak very good English apart from their local language. On the side of investments, a number of Turkish companies have taken advantage of the conducive business climate in Uganda and registered their companies in the areas of construction, manufacturing, education, health, and hospitality service. There are many more opportunities, including agro industries, for which more Turkish investors are welcome. I'd like you to emphasize the need for opening up a new trade opportunities as the key to propelling our people-to-people relationship. The last financial year, 2020-2021, Uganda's export to Turkey amounted to 24.61 million, Wallet import at the same time period stood at 62.48 billion. So Uganda have to do much more in order to catch up with the trade imbalance. Though trade is still skewed in Turkey's favor, there's a lot of untapped potential that both sides must jointly work to realize using the existing framework. For example, Uganda is an agricultural-based economy producing a wide range of flagship products such as coffee, vanilla, cocoa beans, artificial fruits, and vegetables that are highly sought after in Turkish markets. Except for the limiting sanitary rules, other restrictions. Secondly, the direct flight, our Turkish airlines between Entebbe and Istanbul, both passenger and cargo, should catalyze the exploring of opportunities to their fullest potential by the business fraternity. Uganda has opened a diversified and robust economy, is well developed financial sector and banking sector. Uganda offers opportunities to everyone across the value chain. The opportunities are in areas as diverse as agriculture, energy, minerals, amongst others. I think the speech by the chairman of Uganda Investment Authorities talks everything that I could talk about. And I think that speech should be shared and copied and shared to everybody here. It's very informative. This summit, as well as events of the week, present an unprecedented opportunity for Turkey business to connect with the people of Uganda as well as relevant government entities and private sectors. It is an opportunity to build partnerships and share experiences and explore opportunities for the benefits of our people from both Uganda and Turkey. I hope that this evening will be one of many meetings that seeks to foster deeper partnership between Uganda and Turkey. I reiterate my government's commitments to cooperate with the Republic of Turkey for the common benefit of the economic and commercial diplomacy. If I may just say something about why we're here, I noticed I want to say something I said somewhere else. If I may say something what I said somewhere. I noticed that in this room, there are no attendants from any NGOs or civil society or one of those charitable organizations. Because there's nothing here for free. There's business, there's no free lunch. We're here to make money. Sign deals, sign contracts, and make money. So I advise our visitors who are here from Turkey to take the opportunity to be who are here, to sign deals so that they make real money. I also urge Ugandans who are here to take the opportunity to seek opportunities from the Turkish business community here to make money. We're not here at a summit for NGOs or for handouts, World Food Program, and so on and so forth. We're here to make money, money, and money. From there we pay taxes. From there we pay taxes. From there we employ young people and young women to work. From there the country prospers. And from there we all live a comfortable life as we really want. So this is an opportunity of a lifetime, Uganda, which gives you this opportunity to make money on both sides, a win-win situation. And I urge those who are here to please do what is necessary so that the figures we're talking here triples rather than now that the economy is opened, we can make much more than ever before. More Ugandans are traveling to Turkey now than in the Far East because of the difficulties of the Far East. More Ugandans are traveling to Turkey. So those Ugandans who are here, please banange. Do not feel shy to walk across to whoever you feel you can match up with, look them straight in the eye, tell them I'm here, discuss with them, the opportunities are there, so that next week you're on the plane to Turkey to do your businesses cheaper rather than flying to the Far East. Those of you who come from Turkey who are here, please, that opportunity is enormous for you to make money. Our financial system is, the Minister of Investment will tell you here, we have an open house, it's very simple foreign exchange system. In Uganda, we have no financial restrictions in foreign exchange. You bring it, your money, you bank it in your money, in your bank account. When you want to take it out, you withdraw it from the bank and take it out. It is your money. That's what's important about Uganda. No foreign currency restrictions. No profit repatriation restrictions. No, there's no restriction on repatriation and profits. What's important for us is for you to put a solid, valuable industry in Uganda, pay your taxes, employ youth and women, and the rest for us is jamboree. I thank you very much for this opportunity, and I look forward myself to talking to more Turkish businessmen and encourage them on a person-to-person basis to make Uganda their chosen country for investment. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Minister of State for International Cooperation, the Honorable Okello Oryem, thank you so much for those clear directions on why we are here, and the fact that we need to really close these deals today. In the interest of time, I would now like to call the Minister of State for Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the Honorable Bright Rwamirama, to give his remarks. As he finds his way, I would also make it clear, and in the interest of Honorable Okello Oryem's concern about speech, it's Honorable Minister, it's a buffet. We are now in starters. We are going to go to main course. Tomorrow there's dessert at the park. There's a plan. Yeah, we can't all eat immediately chicken at the beginning. No, we have to start with salads, such things. Honorable Bright, thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Minister from Turkey, honorable colleagues, ministers, Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, development partners, senior government officials, the private sector actors, exhibitors, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and on my own behalf, I'm delighted to join you here for this important trade and investment summit where, as a country, we are exploring avenues to accelerate and deepen Uganda's trade and investment opportunities in various key sectors of the economy, but particularly in the agricultural sector. Your Excellencies, this summit comes at the time Uganda government is implementing a national development NDP3, where agro-industrialization program is key in delivering transformation and wealth creation for majority of Ugandans. With government adopting parish model, agriculture production and productivity is projected to increase, calling for additional value addition, market access for regional and international markets. We are aware that Turkey is the world's 7th largest agricultural producer and the top producer and exporter of crop ranging from hazelnuts, cashew nuts, to apricots, cherries, figs, olive, tobacco, and tea. Agriculture is Turkey's largest employer, representing 25% of the workforce and contributing 8% of the country's economic activity. We have a lot to learn from Turkish success story in the agriculture sector while exploring the already existing cordial bilateral relationship between the Republic of Uganda and Republic of Turkey. This summit provides a unique opportunity to promote trade and investment opportunities between the two sister countries. Your Excellencies, I am therefore glad that the summit is aimed at identifying identifying, engaging, and attracting new investment leads from Turkey and promoting Uganda as a preferred investment destination in Africa, as well as facilitating engagement between potential investors and Ugandan business people. The Uganda economy being agro-based, the agriculture sector uniquely stands out as a major beneficiary of this Uganda-Turkey Trade and Investment Summit. In a special way, I therefore want to thank the organizers of this summit for inviting the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries of Uganda to be part of this summit. The summit offers an opportunity to showcase the enormous trade and investment opportunities in Uganda agriculture sector and network with potential investors from the Republic of Turkey, especially in agro-processing, value addition, as well as technology transfer. Your Excellency, allow me to use this occasion to quickly highlight the position of agriculture in Uganda's economy. Agriculture is the mainstay of the economy in terms of food security and employment. The country is food secure and a food basket for the region. Uganda's agriculture has remained resilient to major domestic and global shocks, including COVID-19 pandemic. Those of you know that many countries suffered during this pandemic, but Uganda's food security guaranteed stability in this area. The sector contributes over 26.2% of Uganda's GDP. Over 80% of Uganda's households employed in agriculture, directly or indirectly. Up to 54% of our export revenue for the last 10 years is agriculture-based. It provides a bulk raw materials for the industrial sector. The sector's growth rate is at 2.6% per annum. The agriculture sector objective, which continues to guide the government intervention and output, are focused to: 1, increased income through increased production and productivity, ensuring house food and nutrition security, create on-farm and off-farm employment opportunities, promote value addition to agricultural products, promote the most domestic and external trade in agriculture products, where emphasis is placed on having high value quality standards for products in sustainable manner. The theme for this summit, interestingly, is accelerating investment, trade, industry, and tourism between Uganda and Turkey in the post-COVID-19. Is therefore most suitable because investment in real economy, which is agriculture, trade, industry, and tourism, leads to direct growth of the economies. For example, real economies are not easily affected by economic shocks and pandemics. During the pandemic, COVID-19, Uganda's economy grew by 3.3% due to investment in the real economy, which is agriculture, trade, and industry. Your Excellencies, I therefore use this opportunity to highlight the strategic and uniqueness of Uganda's agricultural sector to trade and investment opportunities. As I heard from my previous two speakers, if you need to cut a deal, you need to listen very carefully to what I'm going to say. Unique agroecological location of Uganda, e.g., tropical climate and near the equator, Uganda was referred to as part of Africa. Here we don't have winters, we don't have summers. We have dry and wet season. And in the dry season, you can irrigate and make it wet, so we can have 3 seasons of production. Two cropping seasons, that is 1 to 3, of arable land under cultivation. Our land much of Uganda's land is very arable and can be cultivated. Sound macroeconomic framework conducive for investment, e.g. liberalization, privatization, excellent incentive regimes, abolition of export and taxes, etc. Uganda is a member of the bigger market for which access is duty and quota free. East African community, we are talking of 295 million people and in 7 countries, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, South Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, and of recent DRC Congo. We also enjoy COMESA, which brings over 400 people in 19 countries. Strong supportive research and technology development based in the region. Our research in agriculture is the best in the region. And those of you who are interested in investing in agriculture, I am available and we can arrange meetings for you to get more information so that you can take investment decision based on information available. Rebellious and adaptive farmer already existing. Ugandan people are working very hard. If you move towards our road, you'll find that there are markets of what you produce all the way from one destination to another. Self-sufficiency in food, we don't have a hungry population. Your Excellencies, I now take this opportunity to highlight already trade and investment opportunities in Uganda, agriculture sector, especially agro-processing and value addition. Coffee. Uganda is number 2, second to Ethiopia in export of in coffee production, and we are number 1 coffee exporter in Africa. We have a lot of opportunity for a soluble plant. We don't have processing plants for coffee. We add very little value, and people want to invest in coffee. You are most welcome. Instant coffee plant current production is over 9 metric tons of 20 kg bags, with a projection of 20 million bags this financial year. Processing and blending market of Uganda's tea production is over 85,000 metric tons. Your Excellencies and distinguished participants, there is a lot of opportunity in tea, and Uganda's tea is one of the best tea in the world. We also have potential for cocoa processing plant. Currently, we are producing over 40,000 metric tons of cocoa, and we are looking forward for an investor in this area. Dairy and dairy products. Our production capacity is 3 billion liters per annum, and our processing capacity is 35%. So much of the milk is not processed, so we still have opportunities in the dairy sector. Meat and meat products. We have 16 million heads of cattle, 17 million heads of goats. We have 5 million sheep. We have 80 million poultry, all with potential to more than double, all ideal for meat export, leather processing, animal feeds manufacture, and commercial breeding, abattoirs on international standards. Fish. Approximately 25 of Uganda's surface area has water. Total fish capture is 561,000 metric tons. Opportunities exist for agriculture development, e.g. aquaculture parks, cage farming, fish feeds manufacture, fish breeding premium species, e.g. cage fish, eel fish, etc. Organic fruit and vegetables, including packaging of fruits and vegetables, export of dehydrated fruits, vegetables, and export of fruit concentrates. Huge potential for citrus, pineapples, mangoes, passion fruits, etc., including banana. Avocado, we produce 82.14 metric tons of avocado, and we still have potential to more than, to increase it actually by 40%. Bananas, 664,000 metric tons per annum. Mangoes, 231 metric tons. And mark you, most of these grow with very little attention. Pineapples, 86,000.5 metric tons. Investment in agribusiness, cold chain packaging, construction of warehouses, cargo freight, input manufacture, e.g. commercial seed production, irrigation, equipment, tractors, vaccines, mechanical, banking, insurance, and agritourism. Our target is to increase agricultural production from the current USD 1.4 billion to USD 4 billion annually in the medium term. These exports will be largely absorbed in regional market vis-à-vis East African community, the common market for East and Southern Africa, COMESA, European Union, Asia countries, to mention but a few. For all this effort, we call upon our strategic partners, many of whom are present here, to join us on this roadmap for agriculture development agenda and invest in agro-processing. As I conclude my remarks, I wish to observe and recognize that this event has brought together various actors from within and abroad, including Turkey, along the various value chain in agriculture sector. Our projection is that the outcome of this summit and subsequent discussion will spur well-coordinated agricultural sector intervention for trade and investment by both public and private sector, targeting increased production, processing, marketing, access, and minimizing the link between government and private sector for both countries. I once again thank you very much, and I thank you for your attention, for God and my country. Thank you.
The Honorable Bright Ramirama, thank you so much. I'd also like to take this opportunity to welcome the former Vice President, Your Excellency Edward Sekandi. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I would like to also take this time to invite our next speaker, who is the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, the Honorable David Bahati, to come and give his presentation. And he said his PowerPoint, it's important that you know that. He's going to flick and things change, and it's not a speech.
Your Excellency, the former Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the honorable ministers here, the ambassadors, and the wealth creators in the room, I've been asked to once again convince you why you should invest in our country, and therefore in this presentation, I'll touch about the reasons why Uganda is an ideal destination for investment in industry, and also show you the opportunities for investment in addition to what the one of agriculture has talked about. One, before COVID-19, Uganda was growing at 6%. Oh, the digital has now taken me back to analog. Is it working? Yes, in terms of conducive political and economic management, As the chairman of the board has said, we maintain a macroeconomic stability of around 5% in terms of inflation. Our industry sector has been growing at 27% contribution to GDP, which means that actually we still have a lot of opportunities in industry because it's still at infant, and most importantly, the peace, security, and freedom that we have in the country makes this country a conducive place for us to invest in. The second slide is on the human resource, mainly the demographic dividend. Our country is composed of young people. 76% of our population is young people under the ages of 30 years, which provides labor intensive. They are well educated, they speak good English, and the literacy rate is now 73%. And Uganda is poised to achieve the economic and social benefits of industrial development by harnessing this democratic dividend. In terms of the population trends in our country, the next slide, Uganda, in 2050, Uganda will be 86 million, a huge population, whereas East Africa will be 860 million. And in the next 28 years, Africa is going to add on 1.3 billion. Next 28 years, Africa will add on 1.3 billion, a whole continent of India. That shows you the importance of the market that we're talking about. We have also conducive environment in terms of infrastructure. The roads are good, and we're also trying to work on the standard gauge railway. The chairperson of the board has talked about the favorable investment in terms of policy. The next slide, please. And all the tax exemptions, we have put them in the booklet, which you look at in your free time. And Uganda is strategically located almost in the middle of Africa, connecting to two continents of Indian and Atlantic. We also have a strong natural resource base of minerals, iron ore, phosphates, and gold, as I will be speaking to you in the next few slides. The structure of our economy, as I said, industrialization is now, the industrial sector contributes 27%. The SMEs are 90% contribution, meaning that we are looking for huge and big investors to invest in industry. Now, where are the opportunities? The opportunities for investment, which is the reason why we are here to make deals. You can make deals, you can make money in agro-industrialization, in import replacement, in mineral-based industrialization, export-oriented industrialization, and we want to show you the markets that we have already negotiated in the world. So in terms of agro-industrialization, the Minister of Agriculture has elaborately talked about them, but here in value addition for food and non-food industries, manufacturing of inputs such as improved seeds, fertilizers and pesticides, cold storage facilities, farm machinery, packaging, and manufacturing of agro-processing equipment. The next slide shows you what we produce in this country, which is actually a source of raw materials that you can invest in to set up industries. The second category of area where you can invest are those materials, those things that we're importing as a country. Look at machinery and mechanical appliances. We're importing 976 billion, plastics, 384 billion. So our imports, our strategy is import substitution and export promotion. So when you come in the country, you can actually focus on replacing the imports that we are already engaged in. Cereals alone, $264.5 billion US dollars. So I will just spend a few minutes on this one because the other of agriculture, the Minister of Agriculture talked about them. When you look at the bottom on the on the right, this is where we are located at Lake Victoria. Our minerals are spread all over the country, as you can see on the map. And in the next slide, I'll show you that at the moment, we have the potential and the capacity in the next few years to produce 1.4 billion barrels of recoverable oil, and this oil can be used, the byproducts, to do fertilizers, petrochemicals, kerosene, and diesel. So this is another area that you can invest in. Marble, 21.6 million tons of limestone that can be used for making cement and lime, and also calcium and also livestock feeds. We also have a huge potential of gold. We have 31 million tons of gold worth $12.8 trillion US of gold. And this gold can be used to produce jewel, can be used in the production of mobile phones, manufacturing, aerospace, used in the manufacturing of aircrafts and others. We also have iron ore, which is on the next slide, 318 million tons of iron ore in our country that can be used to produce steel. And ironically, we are importing steel worth 300 million US. So these are opportunities in the mineral sector that you can focus on. Issues of copper, rare earth elements, 73.9 million, cobalt, and I've also tried to explain to you the things that can come out of each mineral that we have in the country. We have tungsten on the next, this one. We have 284 tons worth 3.2 billion, that's 3.2 trillion in the country. This is one of the areas that is ripe for you to invest in, those who are interested in mineral industrialization. So, looking at this, and also agro-industrialization is an area that you can invest in, and also the assurance that actually the markets in terms of exports are available. So export-oriented industrialization offers a promising path for Uganda's industrial development. It exposes farms and enables them to grow and become conducive. And we have secured markets in a number of countries, and the next slide will be showing you where we are. But at the moment, please go back to that slide. At the moment, you can see the products that are available here in terms of raw materials and the demand in the markets that we will be showing you. Meat and fish products. In Africa, there is a market of 10.1 billion. In Europe, 105 billion US dollars, and China, 43 million US dollars. Iron and ore and steel, you have a market in Africa of 26 billion, 220 billion US dollars in Europe, and 54 billion in USA. So you have markets already, you have raw materials in our country to process them and meet these markets. So in terms of market access, we belong to the East African community with a population of 183 million customers, and as I told you, in 28 years from now, will be 864 million. Once this population is empowered, has resources to spend, then forms your market. We also have common market East Africa, which we call COMESA, with a population of 580 million, with a GDP of 4.8 trillion. We have Africa Continental Free Trade Area, comprises of 54 African states with a population of 1.4 billion. And as I told you, in 28 years from now, we'll be adding another 1.3 billion people, forming a population of 2.4 billion, 2.5 billion customers. We also have a market in Europe under everything but arms, and it is ready. And in addition, we have AGOA on the next slide with 6,400 items, and currently we're only exporting 34 items. So that's a source of your markets. We have markets in China, India, Japan, and Canada. So the whole world is actually ready for products from Uganda. And when you look at the next map, you'll see the next slide. You'll see the one in purple, the next slide, all that area covered by purple is where we have markets: Africa, Europe, Asia, and America. So when you invest your money here, you are assured that you have markets outside our country, and that makes Uganda one of the best destinations for investment, especially in industrialization. I want to thank you for coming and thank you for listening to me. I particularly want to thank the ambassador of Turkey, who made a very good presentation. And at the speed at which you are really learning our languages, I can tell you that you can easily challenge the Minister for Foreign Affairs in that language, Okel Okel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Bahati. And as you have been listening, we have heard from the authorities, management and leadership about why you should invest in Uganda. You have heard from the ministry leaders of agriculture as to why you should invest in Uganda. You have heard from the ministry leadership in industry. You have heard from the ministry leadership in international cooperation. And now, like any investor would be interested in, let's hear from the ministry leadership on works and transport. I'd like to ask the PS of that ministry, Mr. Bagaya Waiswa, to please come and make his presentation. Thank you. A round of applause, please. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the former Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Ministers President, colleagues, permanent secretaries, members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to represent Honorable General Katumba Amala, who has not been able to come and make this presentation. And the presentation is on the investment opportunities or bankable projects available in the Integrated Transport Infrastructure and Services Program. Formerly, we used to call it the Works and Transport Sector, but now this is the new name of the sector. I have the outline, as you can see it there. Then next, about the Ministry of Works and Transport, we are responsible for 5 institutions That is Uganda National Roads Authority, Uganda Railways Corporation, the Civil Aviation Authority, the Uganda Road Fund, and the newly revived National Airline. The country has 4 modes of transport. That is the road, railway, air, and water. In Uganda, the predominant mode of transport for passenger and cargo is the road, which caters for about 90%. Next is the strategic direction of the ministry. The ministry has a vision, which is there, and we have objectives in this program of transport infrastructure services, as you can see there. This presentation is available with the Secretariat in both soft and hard form. That's why I'm just running through it. We have policies and laws which govern the sector. That is, of course, the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, as amended, Vision 2040, the National Development Plan 3, and the others. But of particular interest here, ladies and gentlemen, is the tolling policy backed up by the Roads Act. This means that you can come here, set up a road, and recoup your investment through charging the tolling, through tolling, like what is going on that Entebbe Expressway. I'd like to now to move to the opportunities available in the subsectors, starting with the road subsector. The map there shows the main road network, and our road network is categorized as follows. We have the national roads, which is 20,544 kilometers, managed by the Uganda National Roads Authority. We have district roads, 35,566 kilometers, managed by the district councils. We have community access roads, managed at the lower level by sub-counties. And total road length is 144,785 kilometers. The investments available specifically in the road subsector are as follows. Lalopi, Moyo, Sudan border, that is 38 kilometers. We have gone ahead to attach rough estimated costs of these projects because they are bankable. That one would go for an estimated cost of $40 million. Karenga, Bida, Sudan border, 42 kilometers for $44 million. Nkenda, Bugoye, Ibanda, Nyakarinjijo, at 10.3 kilometers. Mbuku, Mariba, Nyakarinjijo, 15.3 kilometers. And Ruimi, Dula, Kamwenge, 58 kilometers, going at $58 million. We have also investments in roadside stations. It has now become a policy that each main road, we have roadside stations, whole health centers. This was seen to be of great importance during the COVID breakdown when we had problems with trucker drivers. So we have available 5 roadside stations on the national road network, which can go for about $15 million. Major bridges, we have bridges which are for investment. We have new Sesiwa Bridge, estimated at $5 million. We have the Gaba Ntenjeru Katosi Bridge on Lake Victoria. We have Nachiwogo Buwaya Bridge, also on Lake Victoria. We have also plans to decongest the city of Kampala. Those of you who have gone through the city It's really a very hard place to go through, and we cannot leave the situation to continue like that. So we have investment opportunities for the road from Kampala to Busunju by expressway, 200 kilometers. We have the Nakasero Northern Bypass Express route, 5 kilometers. Kampala Outer Belt, which is 100 kilometers. Kampala Mukono, 14 kilometers. Zana Kajansi, 5 kilometers, and then Vaise, Kawempe, Matuga. These roads are aimed at decongesting the city so that people can move easily. Also, to do with decongestion of the city is the bus rapid transit system. This one requires buses which can only enter Kampala as town service buses, so that if you are coming from Jinja, for example, you can leave your vehicle in Mukono, get on a bus, takes you around Kampala, and when you are done with your business, you go and find your car in Mukono, so that we decongest the traffic jam. Here we need infrastructure capital of about $467 million. We need the buses, and the total cost here is $567 million. We also need high-frequency mass transport with large buses on separate lanes, and also high-capacity vehicles, 18 meters long, articulated buses with a capacity of 150 passengers, that is 60 seated and 90 standing. Next, I would like to move to the investment opportunities of bankable projects in the railway subsector. Our government is undertaking rehabilitation of the meter gauge railway network and improving the rolling stock. Operation of passenger rail services on Eastern Road is undertaken. We also undertaking construction of the standard gauge railway, SGR, which is from Maraba to Kampala, known as the Eastern Route, of 273 kilometers. Most of the activities going on here is mainly acquisition of right-of-way. The map there shows the various sections of the standard gauge railway which we have to undertake. We have the Eastern Route, where we are acquiring the right-of-way. Then we have the Northern Route, which stretches from Tororo, Gulu, Nimule, Gulu, Pakwach, Vula to South Sudan and DR Congo. The other section of the standard gauge railway yet to be developed is the Western Route, Kampala, Bihanga, Mirama Hills, Bihanga, Kasese, Mpondwe, all totaling 662 kilometers up to Rwanda and the Congo. The next slide I've already outlined. Next. Then also to decongest Kampala, we have a project for light rail mass transport, which is LRT. The LRT project is intended to significantly improve public transport in the greater Kampala metropolitan area. Overall objective here is to provide affordable, reliable, convenient, and safe public transport. The plan is to develop 240 kilometers of light rail transport in the greater Kampala metropolitan area in a phased manner, starting with phase 1 of 45 kilometers. That map there shows how we want to handle that light rail in Kampala. We have the proposed Kampala light rail composed of 2 lines. That is west-east line and the north-south line. Then west-east line, about 23.6 kilometers long, including 20 stations with average station spacing of 1.24 kilometers. Then we have the north-south line, about 21.8 kilometers long. Then we have also plans to expand the current passenger rail services. That is, Uganda Rail Corporation has planned to expand the passenger rail services within Greater Kampala metropolitan area, Mukono and Bujuko. The service requires investment in rehabilitation of the lines, procurement of locomotives and the coaches, and this requires support from investors and private sector. Let me quickly look at investments in the water subsector. Inland water transport system went into decline since the late 1960s. Navigable waterways in Uganda include Lake Victoria, Lake Kyoga, Lake Albert, and there is also minor transport operations on Lake Edward, George, and Bunyonyi, and Visina. There is high demand for water transport on Lake Victoria to link up with Kenya and Tanzania. And this is one of the cheapest modes of transport you can have. There is a lot of potential for private sector investment in water transport, both passenger and cargo on Lake Victoria. Specific projects here include building of a new ship, replace MV Kalangala, redevelopment and upgrade of Portobello and Ginger piers, establishment of search and rescue centers on inland water bodies, resurvey of Lake Victoria and installation of aids to navigation, passenger services on Lake Victoria, that is to development of Gava, Bole, and the Butevo landing sites on the lake. Investment opportunities in air transport. The subsector objective is to provide efficient and reliable domestic air transport services to Uganda's major tourist destinations, as well as providing reliable and fast air transport services to both international and local travelers. The Uganda Civil Aviation Authority operates Entebbe International Airport and 12 other upcountry airports or aerodromes. That is Arua, Gulu, Soroti, Kasese, Jinja, Chidepo, Lira, Pakuba, Tororo, Barara, and Moroto. Construction of another international airport is ongoing, now at more than 70%. And this airport is in Hoima, popularly known as Kavar International Airport. And specific projects here, establishment of a free zone at Entebbe Airport, the cost is to be determined. Establishment of a multi-story car park at Entebbe Airport, that one is also ready for grabs. Upgrade and improvement of Guru Arua Aerodrome, upgrade and improvement of Kasese Aerodrome, upgrade and improvement of Kidepo Aerodrome, Pakuba, and Kisoro. You find that Kisoro, as it stands now, it has a short runway to the extent that if a plane, say a 25 passenger plane is to land, it first lands in another aerodrome, offloads some passengers, then it goes to land. So we need investors to help us in that area. Improvement, these are now the other investment opportunities available, our bankable projects. Improvement of 1,000 kilometers of roads using low-cost steel. Here we are mainly targeting hilly places where graveling is a very big problem. Second, development of inland container depots and multimodal logistic hubs at Tororo, Jinja, Pakwach, and Kasese. As I talk now, we are about to finish the logistics hub in Gulu. Then next, large-scale production of construction to be done for materials. We need large production of construction materials to be produced. That is concrete, aggregate, bitumen, and asphalt. In conclusion, the ministry is desirous to implement the Integrated Transport Infrastructure Services Program by blending domestic resources with the private sector and of course foreign investment. Involvement of the private sector in infrastructure development is supported by the Public-Private Partnership Act of 2015. The Minister has also the road tolling policy backed by the Roads Act 2020. This can be used on expressways and other sections which make business easy. We also have now the opportunity of getting alternative facilitated funding mechanism whereby an investor can put in his money and then recover it later. The Ministry welcomes domestic and foreign investors to invest in the transport sector to support the economy of Uganda. I would like to report that we have a team of competent technical officers who are ready to engage you and give detailed information on all those bankable projects I've outlined. I thank you very much for your kind attention, for God and my country.
I think if anybody doubted about the viability of Uganda as an investment destination, that doubt is slowly dwindling, if not gone completely. And we cannot speak about an investment opportunity in this country without speaking about the investment opportunity in energy. So please allow me ask the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Engineer Irene Vatebe, to please come and make her presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This presentation will summarize the investment opportunities in the energy, minerals, and petroleum sectors. I'll endeavor to keep the minerals subsector very brief because the Honorable Minister of Trade did a great job on that. So, of course, as Government of Uganda, we continue to undertake various exploration and a number of studies to establish the potential of the country's mineral, energy, and petroleum resources. On the energy side, and we'll be elaborating this potential, Uganda is blessed with abundant sunshine, and that speaks to solar energy potential. But we also boast of significant waterfalls because we are blessed with one of the longest rivers in the world, the River Nile. So hydropower remains very high on our potential list. We also boast of immense geothermal potential, and all of this is yet to be fully exploited, and we'll elaborate where that potential exists. On the petroleum side, of course, today we are already moving into production, but we do have additional potential that exists for those interested in the exploration of additional petroleum potential. The minerals, the Honorable Minister did a terrific job on that. I'll only emphasize those particular minerals that were not highlighted in that section. Moving on, so basically on this mineral occurrence map, we emphasize majorly our precious metals, the gold, the yellow. It had to be in color yellow. So what we have here is about 31 million tons of gold existent in the country, and we are very big in attracting investment in the gold subsector. So we are open for investment in terms of investing in gold, but also adding value to the gold that is discovered in the country. We do have many other minerals, and among those already discussed by the Honorable Minister, but the rare earth elements, given the current drive for clean energy and electrical vehicles, we are also encouraging and attracting investment in the rare earth elements that we have enormous potential in eastern Uganda and southwest Uganda. I want to really emphasize number 8, lithium, still staying with the electric vehicle industry and similar industries. We also boast of good potential of lithium and associated minerals, so that is an area for investment. We also want to report that on the graphite side, we do have quite immense potential, boasting 1 billion tons of graphite. You are invited to also participate in that particular investment. The iron and steel industry was well elaborated by the Honorable Minister. Moving on, we want to emphasize that whereas we have undertaken 80% exploration of our potential, we still have some areas that we have earmarked for additional exploration. So companies that are interested in providing seismic survey support are also invited to express interest in the exploration program that we are undertaking as government to ensure that these targets are also assessed, including those for uranium. As a country, we are planning, of course, for nuclear power development, and it's important that our uranium potential is well assessed to enable the development of that power program. Moving on, of course, equally on the geothermal side, we have potential of about 1,500 megawatts spread around the country, crossing from the west to the north, and majorly in the Rift Valley. So companies that are attracted or are interested in exploration of geothermal could participate in this. On the petroleum side, we have advanced, like I indicated, with the final investment decision made this year. We are now progressing to production, but of course, there is also opportunity to explore for new areas where we are encouraging reserves replacement to ensure sustainability of the East African crude oil pipeline that we are setting up, but also an oil refinery of 60,000 barrels per day to serve the country. So in terms of investment, we continue to work on the structuring of funding for the refinery. We do have an investor on board, but we are looking for financing. This project will cost about $4 billion US, and we do have a debt component where we are looking for the funding and any support in that regard through the Uganda National Oil Company. Our investment arm would be very attractive to the country. Moving on, so of course, I want to just elaborate that today we boast of about 6 billion barrels of oil in place, and we continue to undertake an aggressive exploration program to ensure we are bringing on board additional reserves. And of that, already indicated earlier, 1.4 billion barrels are recoverable, and those will be, of course, exported partially and refined in country. We are at a stage where we are contracting for what we call the Tier 1 contracts, the engineering, procurement, and construction. But for those contracts that we are awarding at this stage, there will be another tier of subcontracts and investors who can participate in those different areas covering logistics, aspects of electrical and instrumentation, and others, telecommunication, would be attracted to participate in the oil and gas sector. That is a map showing you the length of the East African crude oil pipeline running from the western side of Uganda and terminating in Tanzania at a port called Tanga, 1,443 kilometers. So we will be attracting quite some subcontracts for that. Under our national oil company, the Uganda National Oil Company, we also have opportunities for storage, but also bulk transportation of refined products. Specifically, the company is working on developing a storage terminal within the city not far from here, and I'm aware that they will be seeking a partner that they can develop this terminal with. So after this engagement, we can get any interested investors in touch with the Uganda National Oil Company for purposes of developing this storage terminal. We are also looking at revamping and constructing an oil jetty somewhere at an existing storage terminal not far from Kampala. And this is also an opportunity that you can engage the Uganda National Oil Company on to ensure that it is progressed. Just moving on. Yes, still under the Uganda National Oil Company, we have a chemical-based or a petrol-based industrial park that we are developing not far away from the oil fields. This particular petrochemical or petrol-based industrial park will also host our second international airport, which is at about 77% complete. So that goes to comfort interested investors that there is already infrastructure to support movement and logistics. But this industrial park also has provision for petrochemical and fertilizer industries arising from the oil and gas industry, but also as other industries like agro-processing, warehousing, and logistics. So beyond here, in touch with the Uganda National Oil Company, that discussion can be fostered. Of course, we have looked at the fertilizers and petrochemicals, but also the cold chain and cold room industries for those who might be interested, and other light industries like textiles, leather, and footwear. So all of these are a part of this industrial park, and many more as elaborated, the soft industries. So moving on beyond petroleum to the next slide, we also have immense renewable energy potential. Next slide. Immense renewable energy potential. Today, for hydro, we have potential of 4,500 megawatts. So we'll be seeking to drive development of additional hydropower plants to ensure that we achieve our target of having 50,000 megawatts from 1,300 today by 2050. So we will be interested in having investors in that. Solar, immense potential at 5,000 megawatts for those who are interested in solar. But also on the nuclear side, we do have an active program, and we are already working with the International Atomic Energy Agency to ensure we can set up long-term by 2031 and consequently ramp up to 2,000 megawatts by 2036. So nuclear, and given that we have existing uranium, that should make this project cost efficient. Of course, on the biomass side, issues of gasification and other utilization of biomass, we have quite some potential there. And on the wind side, when you look at the green area, Karamoja area, northeastern Uganda, and West Nile, the western, northwestern Uganda, we do have quite some potential for wind. So for companies that are interested in wind power, this is a very good opportunity. So moving on, there are other areas that we are looking at. Just moving on to the next slide. As a country, we look to ensure that we are opening up our transmission, attracting investment in transmission, but also distribution. So we are looking at promoting mini-grids for far-to-reach areas where we cannot get the national grid today. We set up mini-grids powered by solar or sometimes even by thermal power to ensure we can get power to Ugandans that are far-to-reach places, and all the other potentials that have already been highlighted. Ladies and gentlemen, in summary, we are saying the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development of Uganda is open for business, and beyond this conference, you can contact us on those different contact details. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer. And the best part of why we are here, which is our discussions, is now. And for those of you who have not been able to get a quick coffee break, a quick ease of yourselves, you can do that for the next 3 minutes as we get ourselves ready. I would also like to just remind our Turkish investors and guests that you have to appreciate our lakeside destination for this summit. I hope you're feeling the breeze. It's not a hall with AC, it's Uganda. This is how we wake up. I just thought I should remind you and go outside, take pictures, do such things. Yeah. Okay. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Vincent Bajire, will be heading our next session, which will be about investment opportunities in Uganda. In about 5 minutes, he'll be on stage. Please don't take too long. He will be inviting his panelists, and thereafter we get deep into the conversations. We shall see you all in those 5. Thank you.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. And the lush green all around us, and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence
was brought to you by...
Need to send money to a loved one but you don't have enough on your phone? Get away with MTN Momo Advance. Momo Advance tops up your Momo to complete your transactions. Dial *165*5*3# to apply. MTN Momo Advance is always available when you need it.
What the book packages, great entertainment, sports, the local content, telenovela, the movies. There is something for everybody. Everybody, Go TV. This is where our best stories live.
Get the best entertainment for any budget. With GoTV, you will have great entertainment for as little as 13,000 Ugandan shillings per month. GoTV, great stories, Zidiwano. GoTV Uganda, love it.
Get connected today with the My Airtel 4G smartphone and enjoy free data for 1 whole year worth 86,500 Uganda shillings. That's free 2 GB for the first month and free 1 GB for the next 11 months at only 250,000 Uganda shillings with free data for 1 whole year worth 86,500 shillings, making the effective price of the 4G phone 163,500 shillings only. Airtel, the smartphone network.
It's no secret that ICT makes learning easy.
The strides made in our field could not be possible without it.
And now we can watch our favorite shows.
My radio is my best friend.
UCC provides an enabling regulatory environment and policy guidance for healthy competition. We also facilitate ease of doing business in the communications sector through licensing, standardization, spectrum management, tariff regulation, rural communication development, and consumer empowerment. An informed consumer is an empowered consumer. UCC supports local content and innovations, driving the development of a robust communication sector in Uganda.
Even with my grandson, a doctor at my side, I struggled to get the help I needed. But he saw something that day. He began to work day and night. He wouldn't quit, even when people said no. He wouldn't stop fighting. He knew something had to change, and his vision was bigger than anyone could imagine. He made it possible to receive quality medical services anywhere in Uganda by simply using a phone.
This is a story of a regular Ugandan just like you, who harnessed the power of technology to provide a solution for us. How about you tell us your story? UG needs more of you. To share your story, visit airtel.co.ug/UG needs more of you or call or SMS 162. Airtel, the smartphone network.
What the book packages, great entertainment, sports, the local content, telenovela, the movies. There is something for everybody. Everybody, Go TV. This is where our best stories live.
Get the best entertainment for any budget. With GoTV, you will have great entertainment for as little as 13,000 Ugandan shillings per month. GoTV, great stories, Zidiwano. GoTV Uganda, love it.
And may I therefore invite David Livingstone Ebiru, the Executive Director of the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. David. And then I'll also invite Mrs. Jolie K. Sabune, the Managing Director of Coffee Development Organization. Please make your way to the other side. I will also invite Engineer Isaac Wani, the Director Network Planning and Engineering from the Uganda National Roads Authority. If the three of you can make your way to the other side of the hall. I'll also take this opportunity once again to welcome our distinguished guests from Turkey. You're very welcome to Uganda, and we hope you're enjoying the proceedings. I'll now invite the other three panelists. I'll invite Claire Mugabi, the Marketing Manager for Uganda Tourism Board. Claire Mugabi, the Marketing Manager for Uganda Tourism Board. If you could make your way to the stage here. Dr. Michael Nkambo Mugerwa, the General Manager for the Uganda National Oil Company. Dr. Michael Mugerwa. And lastly, Dr. Emmanuel Liamulemie, the Managing Director of Uganda Coffee Development Authority. And the distinguished participants, can I kindly request that you take your seats and we start the next session, which is a panel session. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, His Excellency, the former Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency Edward Chiwanuka Sekandi, who is here with us, Honorable Ministers, colleagues, permanent secretaries, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and specifically or special mention to Ambassador Kerim Elp, the Turkish ambassador to Uganda, and Ambassador Mobiru, our outgoing ambassador to Turkey, our distinguished investors from Turkey, heads of government agencies, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon to you all. And I want to take this opportunity to warmly welcome you to this distinguished panel that is going to further discuss the investment opportunities in Uganda. We have heard and listened to a number of presentations this morning, and those presentations have been giving by and large overviews. The heads of agencies we have here will give us a little bit more detail over the investment opportunities that do exist. And after they have made their submissions, we shall have a question and answer session that I'll still moderate. Without wasting time, can I start by, first of all, asking the panelists one by one to quickly say a word of hello to our guests without necessarily making any speech. And kindly note that I have done the protocols on your behalf, so you're excused from recognizing or going through the protocols once again. So can I request that, starting with Claire, you say hello to our guests, and then we proceed with the panel discussion.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to observe. My name, and I'm the Marketing Manager of the Uganda Tourism Board. I'm happy to be here. Yes, my name is Michael Nkamo Mugerwa. I'm the General Manager of the Uganda Refinery Holding Company, a subsidiary of the Uganda National Oil Company. I'm here to talk about investment opportunities in our oil and gas sector.
The technical team, can you assist us with the microphones? Technical team.
I'm Dr. Emmanuel Yamuremye Nibigira, Managing Director, Uganda Coffee Development Authority, and I hope many of you are tasting the best of the coffees in the world.
Okay. Jolie, if you can just welcome our guests.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. My name is Jolie Sabune. I'm the Managing Director of Cotton Development Organization in Uganda. And I'm excited to be here, especially to be talking to our Turkish investors and partners in the cotton sector, which I know Turkey excels in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Engineer Wani, if you can go ahead.
I'm Engineer Isaac Wani, the Director Network Planning and Engineering from Uganda National Roads Authority, representing the Executive Director, Madam Allen Kajina. I'm here to discuss the details in the road network in the country. Thank you.
And lastly, David, you can go ahead.
Thank you, participants. Good afternoon. My name is David Livingstone Ebiru, your key partner in investment and trade from Uganda National Bureau of Standards.
Okay, thank you very much. We shall start with Claire from UTB. And Claire, I would like you to share with us the unique proposition that Uganda has in as far as tourism is concerned.
Thank you very much. Uganda Tourism Board is the government agency mandated to promote and position Uganda as the preferred tourism destination, and I'm here to take you through the various available opportunities for investment in our sector. The first one that I want to talk about is investment opportunities in marine tourism. As most of you are aware, the Pearl of Africa, Uganda, is home to the source of the Nile. We are also home to Lake Victoria, which is the
I think in the interest of time, you can come and stand here as the technical team. Hello? Can you hear me? Claire, you check it and see. Just check it. Check yours. You can use this. Use this.
Apologies about the technical glitch. Claire Mugabe is my name again, here to take you through the available investment opportunities in the sector of tourism. As I was starting to mention, we have opportunities to invest in marine tourism. We have earmarked over 9 zones under marine tourism. Marine tourism just simply means tourism, water tourism. So that means investing in experiences, tourism experiences around our water bodies. These include Lake Victoria, which is the source of the Nile. There is also investment opportunities around the source of the Nile itself. As you're all aware, Uganda is home to the source of the Nile. So we have earmarked 7 zones of investment around around marine tourism, where we want to encourage both domestic and international investors from Turkey to invest in any of these zones around the source of the Nile, which is Lake Victoria, and the Nile itself. We want to turn each of these zones into a fully fledged tourism industrial park. Details about investment opportunities around marine tourism are available in our booth when you get out. We have different officers from the tourism board that are there to give you more information about the areas of investment in marine tourism. Our equator is another area of potential investment in our sector. We have gone ahead to profile the areas of investment around the equator. Over 12 districts in Uganda are crossed by the equator, and 16 points of the equator have been identified to cross our country. So there is different areas, again, of investment that you can partake in. One of them can be setting up new equator monuments. Many of you have been to Kayabwe, and I think when I say that the look and feel of the actual equator site is lacking, most of you agree with me. So as a sector, we are looking for investors to spruce up the look and feel of the equator at Kayabwe, plus the rest of the other 11 equator points across the country. We are looking for investors to construct stopovers around the equator. We want to introduce an equinox festival. This is a festival that has been celebrated in some of the countries where the equator crosses. So as a country, we also want to introduce such celebrations where different people come to Uganda around the time of September and March to celebrate with us the equator. We are looking for investors to set up state-of-the-art accommodation facilities around the equator areas like Kayabwe, setting up recreational parks, culture and heritage centers. The areas of investment are enormous, and many of them have been documented into a bankable projects document that is being circulated at our booth right outside this hall. There are areas of investment in our protected areas, which is the national parks. As a country, the Pearl of Africa has over 10 protected areas, and where one of the areas where we would really want to attract investment is the area of accommodation. One of the key challenges that we are facing and is impeding the uptake of our tourism, especially domestic tourism, is the high rate of accommodation, as observed by many of our clients. So we are looking to attract potential investors who can set up affordable accommodation facilities, hotels, lodges across the different protected areas and the national parks that we have, from 3-star to 5-star facilities at international standards. Again, the feasibility studies for these have been already conducted, and this information is already available in our document for bankable projects. I've talked about hospitality. This is an area, aside from the national parks, as a country, we are looking to attract more investors generally in our hospitality sector to set up accommodation facilities like this one where we are in Munyonyo. We would want to attract more investors from Turkey to come and set up hotel chains in Uganda so that it can help to further subsidize and bring down the prices of our facilities. Because like I already indicated, it's one of the challenges that we are facing as a sector. We want to make accommodation across the sector more affordable for people that come to partake in the tourism experiences of our country. Transport is another lucrative area of investment. As already mentioned by the Minister of Transport and Works, there is potential to invest in road transport, where we are looking for investors to invest in tourism vehicles that can accommodate, more than one traveler, group travels. We are also, very importantly, looking for investors from Turkey to invest in our domestic flight space. At the moment, we have very few players in that space, which makes it very expensive for someone maybe to fly from here to northern Uganda. That segment of the market is growing. A lot of people don't want to spend a lot of time on the road traveling to our tourism hotspots. So we are looking for investors to invest in domestic flights so that we have these prices also brought down. Cuisine and restaurants, that is another area where we can use investment. We want to set up state-of-the-art restaurants in different international cuisines. Tour operation, we are looking for international investors to invest in tour operation. We already have a few local companies, but we'll be happy to attract more players that can come and invest in that sector. Yes, our sector was hit by COVID, but right now it is on the right track to recovery. We are looking for investors in stopovers. Many of you have been around Uganda, and I think you agree with me when I say that we don't really have good stopovers across the different highways that lead to the different tourism hot sites. The areas of investment are enormous. I want to conclude by calling upon investment in convention centers. As a country, Uganda is rated as one of the top destinations to host meetings, conferences, and events. But we are looking for investors to invest in amenities like conferencing facilities and convention centers. In the interest of time, I'll stop here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Claire. Just to mention that Echi, the president, will be here shortly. So I'll request our panelists to be as brief as possible and use perhaps 3 minutes. And I will now move on to Engineer Wani of UNRA. Could you just give us an overview of what plans you have in the national parks, considering that Claire there has just mentioned that the investment opportunities in the parks, are they all tarmacked? Is the road network there appropriate? And maybe tell us one thing in general about the road network in Uganda. Thank you.
To work with the mandate to develop, maintain and manage the national road network, including ferries and way bridges. The investment opportunities have already been presented by the PS through, on behalf of the Honourable Minister, and I'm basically going to emphasize developments in the road network. As he indicated, about 90% of passenger and freight in this country is carried through roads, meaning that the road network is the backbone of the transport system in this country, and therefore a lot of investment and care needs to be put in that area. Even in countries with a well-developed railway system, water and air, roads still carry more than 60% of the traffic. And that's why government has focused on prioritizing the roads to catch up with that. Now, as you may have already heard, currently the government is investing heavily in the primary growth sectors, promoting tourism, mining, and all that. And our forecast is that about 50%, there will be about 50% in the growth of transport demand. And therefore, we have to make sure that we provide for this in the next 5 to 10 years. So although the stock and the condition of the road network has significantly improved, as alluded to by the Director General of the Uganda Investment Authority, we still require to do a lot to improve the road network to support the programs that have been planned in the National Development Plan 3 as being promoted by the different MDAs in this forum. We therefore need to invest a lot in the road network. For instance, in the current plan, we needed to improve about 5,000 kilometers of road to support those programs that have been identified by government to cause economic growth. But we are able to be provided funds of only about 3,500 kilometers. So in addition to the projects that have been read out by my PS of the engineering, procurement, construction and financing, operate and transfer in the road subsector, The multi-lane projects have been read out. Those are potentially toll roads where investors will be able to recoup their money. But at the same time, there's also the opportunities in the water subsector in terms of supplying ferries, in terms of weighbridge systems for axle control. Contractors from Turkey can also participate in the competitive bidding on projects which are financed by government and by development partners. They can come and participate in those ones. There's also financing of projects under alternative financing models. So project financiers are also welcome to have discussions with Minister of Finance, Minister of Works and UNRWA in the details of the financing. You will be able to recoup your money through bills of exchange as being paid in future. We also have supply of construction materials, including equipment spare parts for the construction industry. In terms of coverage, I think currently we have covered as much as possible across the country. The main trading corridors are all paved. I should be able to go on a paved road across the country. The focus now is to do the infill, connect to the tourism hotspots. We've not yet done much. That's an area that we need to focus on. The industrial parks need to be connected to all-weather roads, and that's why we want to make sure that we have you come and partner with us to complete, to reach to those places which have a lot of economic return. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yes. The state of the cotton industry in Uganda is totally liberalized, where farmers are private, GINAs are private, export of lint and sale of seed is private. Seed for planting is under government between Ministry of Agriculture, CDO, and the National Agricultural Research Organization. However, I did say I'm excited to be talking to Turkish investors because their cotton sector is basically similar to ours, only that they are much bigger and we are very, very small compared to them. We share the same seed varieties. They don't do any GMOs. We don't do any GMOs. So it's very easy to cooperate and get them to invest in our seed sector, seed for planting. The production methods, most of their farmers are 4-acre. We are the same. So they would actually find it similar and better to invest in production in Uganda. On value addition, we are very, very limited. We only have 2 integrated textile mills. They have about 68,000 textile mills, both for textile and apparel. And they're also big in production of cotton seed, oil, and animal feeds. So there is a big potential both in lint value addition and on seed value addition, where they are much, much better, and the technologies would therefore work here. Just to say a few things, Turkey is the world's 6th largest supplier of textiles. They are the 2nd largest supplier after China to EU. They are the leading producer and exporter of knitted and denim fabrics, and they are well known to be the producers of high quality organic cotton. So all that is potential for them to invest because we have the markets under AGOA, EU, China, as the Minister of Trade and Industry did highlight. So basically, there is the whole value chain, from seed development to production to value addition on both lint and seed, and then the other technologies in machinery. We use the same technology of roller ginning, so they can both invest in machinery making or machinery trading. So the whole value chain is available, and I'm very excited because we have a lot of similarities and there's much potential that is unexploited, and our brothers in Turkey, you are very welcome to come in and invest, and Cotton Development Organization is ready to welcome you and show you, as the Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Trade and Industry, and the UIA chairman did elaborate on why invest in Uganda. All those opportunities are relevant to the cotton sector, and you are very welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jolie. Can we clap for Jolie, please? Thank you very much. Mr. Ebilu, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, could you please share with us or guarantee our investors here that Uganda does enforce international standards for all the goods that we produce in the country?
Thank you very much, participants. I want to assure the participants that Uganda National Bureau of Standards has put in place all the required standards to support manufacturing, processing, value addition, and trade in all sectors, whether it is food and agricultural sector, whether it's construction and engineering sector, whether it's chemicals and consumer products, whether it is services, whether it's oil and gas. For us, we are ready to support anybody involved in production or investment in this sector to make sure that whatever comes out meets international standards. We have also proceeded to make sure that we harmonize these standards for common application within the region, within the continent, and internationally. The implication is that when you produce a product in Uganda, this product should compete internationally on the account of meeting international standards. So we have done very well in terms of putting in place the stock of standards, but we also support innovations. Where there are new products being developed, we make sure that we guide on the basic requirements of such products in terms of safety and quality, and be able to put the standards for newly innovated products. We have also invested in quality infrastructure, especially laboratories, both at the headquarters in Kampala, but we are also expanding to the regional offices of Mbale, Gulu, and Mbarara, meaning that we want to support production and investment across the country to make sure that the access to quality standards and conformity assessment is available across the country. These laboratories are international accredited, meaning that once UNBS certify your products and you get a quality mark, these products have a mutual recognition on the basis of common standards across the region. So nobody will challenge you on the quality of that product so long as they have been certified by Uganda National Bureau of Standards. So our call, therefore, to the investors and manufacturers is the commitment to implement standards, which is still low. So we need to make sure that we integrate quality standards in our production investment profile so that it becomes part and parcel of our production investment, so that we are able to put on the market quality products that can access international market. As all of us is aware, quality standard is becoming a key parameter for market access. You may negotiate volumes and taxes, but quality standards cannot be negotiated. And therefore, we must put that behind our mind from the beginning, that we must integrate quality standards in our production and our investment in trade if we are to compete favorably and access market beyond Uganda. For more information, we are present at the One-Stop Center at Investment Authority. As you are aware, that is a one-stop center where all investors that want potential investments of Uganda can come and get information about all the products in the sectors they intend to invest in. For today, we are also available at the tent, at the booth. You can get more information about the available standards in Uganda for the various products and sectors you intend to invest in. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for educating us on the standards. I will now turn to Dr. Emmanuel Liamolemie. Could you share with us your plans for value addition? Uganda produces a lot of coffee, but we export more of the bean than Nescafe. What plans do we have?
Thank you, moderator. Before I talk about value addition, we need to know why we are adding value. And I first start with the uniqueness of Uganda's coffee. One, Uganda, we are very blessed by nature. We produce two types of the commercial coffees, Robusta coffee and Arabica coffee. And Robusta coffee is indigenous in Uganda. So you can be sure of all the different profiles you would want to have. Two, Uganda is at the equator. That means production is guaranteed 12 months throughout the year. Our Robusta coffee, because it grows at high altitude, it is near acidic. What it means is that our Robusta coffee is close to Arabica, which is much sought after in the whole world. So why do we want to add value to our coffee? Globally, Uganda produces 6% of the Robusta coffee and 1% of the Arabica coffee. And our coffees are sustainable. What means they are high specialty coffee, very high premium. No wonder all the big markets are looking for Uganda's coffee. We have a target of 20 million bags. We are now sitting at 8 million bags of production. So you can be sure you have enough supply throughout the year for whichever equipment we have. Investment opportunities in value addition. Much of our coffee is actually exported as green beans. 95% of the coffee is exported as green beans, so there is a big opportunity to add value. We have our Robusta coffees, which you can do wet processing, dry processing. This gives you a premium product that you can sell at the international market. But also we have roasting facilities that is much required so that we add value, we export roasted coffee. And we have an opportunity to export soluble or instant coffee. NDP3 provides for 2 soluble coffee plants. We have had many attempts to have a soluble coffee plant, and it would be an opportunity in the big market. We are part of the Africa Free Continental Free Trade Area, and therefore you would be assured of a big market which is tariff-free. But also associated with that, we don't have packaging materials for our coffee. Much of the materials are imported from outside the country, and therefore you would have, in addition to the roasting, instant coffee processing, but also associated packaging plant. Uganda, as a regulator, UCDA, we provide also opportunities for brewing, and you can establish a barista training center so that even the hospitality industry could take advantage of that. In addition, we have the most globally well-trained baristas, but also regulators, the Q and R graders, so that when you produce your coffee, you can process your coffee, you can be sure that it is properly certified, it is properly graded, and therefore there is no country you would actually in Africa think about other than Uganda for the unique coffee that we have.
Dr. Mugerwa, very, very briefly. I beg your pardon.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'll be very brief and high level in terms of opportunities in the oil and gas space for Turkish investors, we have the Kabale Industrial Park development, which is located about 220 kilometers from here in Kampala, near the shores of Lake Albert. In that industrial park, which is 30 square kilometers, so 3,000 hectares of land, we have the development of Uganda's second international airport, which takes up about 5 square kilometers, but it enables us to do cargo exports from that airport of all the agro-produce. For example, if we were to do soluble coffee processing, which can also be welcomed in the industrial park, you would have an opportunity to export directly from through that airport that is located, that is currently at 75% completion. The total rentable area will be around 8.5 million square kilometers, and we're expecting that there'll be over 1,000 properties available. The prioritized industries we're focusing on are petrochemicals, fertilizers, downstream, as well as agro-processing and cold chain. So any investors in that space, you're welcome to contact the Uganda National Oil Company, and we can certainly provide more information as to when that park will be available for investors to move in. And finally, we also have a couple of oil terminal projects. These are petroleum products, so petrol, diesel, jet opportunities. In the Kampala area, there's one large, the Kampala storage terminal that we wish to set up just outside Kampala, about 10 kilometers outside Kampala. And so we definitely welcome any investors in that area to contact us. One last thing I should mention is we're of course developing the Uganda refinery project. The Uganda refinery project will process 60,000 barrels per day of Uganda's crude, and we will be meeting regional market demands, Uganda, but also our regional neighbors. And even in that area, we are definitely open to strategic anchor investors who might be interested. I have visited in Turkey, I visited the Tüpraş refinery in Izmir, and so I definitely know that there's a lot of technical capability within Turkey in that area. So that's one area where we could also be perhaps talking. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you for all that you have shared with our audience. And on behalf of the organizers, I take this opportunity to thank you once again for inviting our distinguished panel. And can I request that we give them a round of applause? And I invite, as you know, Echi, the president, is already here. So I'll invite the master of ceremonies, Maurice. Could you, the panel, please take your seats? Return to your seats, and I invite Maurice to take us through the next session. Thank you very much.
It is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here, in the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops, and the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking, to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. explore Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
Uganda, a delightful place with its welcoming people, diverse cultures, an agreeable warm climate, majestic features, and wildlife. Over the years, Uganda has hosted a number of international conferences and events, including the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting CHOGM, the African Union Summit, the United Nations Solidarity Summit on Refugees, the Organization of Islamic Conference OIC, and the Papal Visit, among others. Visitors arrive into Uganda at Entebbe International Airport. The airport has been expanded to handle the growing number of passengers with flights to and from more than 14 destinations worldwide. A 4-lane dual-carriage expressway leads you right into the heart of Uganda, into the metropolitan city of Kampala. The National Referral Hospital at Mulago ensures availability of super specialized services. Uganda's hotels are now fully equipped to cater to the needs of every delegate on that all-important conference. Splendor, variety in the profusion of brilliant and verse life and scale awaits you. Uganda welcomes you.
We do know for a fact that His Excellency the President is within our vicinity, but more so for those of you who are visiting Uganda for the first time, we do not apologize here for how gifted we are by nature. If you have been outside and seen beyond the lake, you can see that there's a lot you can do in terms of recreation. When you have winters, you should be here fishing and enjoying water sport on this lake. And I do know that Morris is interested in showing you around these particular properties for those of you who want to invest in water sport and those kinds of things. Citizen number 1 is arriving, and he's walking brisk, and those catching up with him are scampering for their breaths, which is good. At 70 plus, he does get those filming him and taking his shots, running for their breaths, and I like to see that. He's a man with very, very good health, and we are blessed as a nation and as a region and indeed as a continent to have him as a vision and a leader for this nation, and in the words of some, and many more to come. Morris, this is fantastic weather, isn't it?
It's very beautiful. I want to thank you, Samson and Marcus, for a job well done. And now I want to request our guests, may we all stand and receive His Excellency the President of Uganda, with a round of applause. I want you to help me so that he can actually be able to hear you from across.
That wave is for all of you. You can as well wave back if you wish.
We'll remain standing, ladies and gentlemen, for the anthems. We'll have the Ugandan national anthem, the Turkish anthem, and the East African anthem, in that order.
Tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
You may now take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, with your permission, allow me request that we first put our hands together for Samson Kasumba, who did a fantastic job with the anthems. Samson, I only missed out the Turkish part. I'm not sure whether the microphone was working. I have a feeling they muted your mic at that part.
At that point, they muted it.
I thought so. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Trade, Turkey, Mr. Rees Tuna, the Honorable Ministers, and Your Excellency, we have about 6 ministers present here, and I will recognize them. Your Excellency, we also have the former Vice President, Edward Sekandi, with us. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The ambassadors present, and in a very special way, Your Excellency, allow me to recognize the Turkish ambassador to Uganda, who has worked with the Uganda Investment Authority to organize this summit. His counterpart, former ambassador of Uganda to Turkey, Your Excellency Simon, who's also here, and the other ambassadors. The board, Uganda Investment Authority, and the Director General and Management of Uganda Investment Authority, the business community that is represented here, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to request that we put our hands together for His Excellency the President making time to join us on this summit. Your Excellency, before I invite the Honorable Nite, there's only 2 things I'll do. First is to mention that we have a delegation of over 200 Turkish businessmen who arrived last night, and I want to request that they stand, and you see how big and the size they are. So the Turkish businessmen who came to Uganda, and the Ugandans, please put your hands together for this Turkish delegation. Your Excellency, the Turkish delegation that is here has promised to stay a little longer and visit our parks. They will, of course, visit the industrial park tomorrow, but they're also going to the national parks so that they are able to see the wildlife and the beauty and nature of this wonderful country. Your Excellency, as we introduce the beauty of this country, my second activity here is to request Ndere Troop to come and showcase Uganda's art and how the government of Uganda has supported the arts industry and a sector. We are also open for investors because we have a very rich arts culture here. We have a very rich TV and movie industry here. I work for the Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, the national broadcaster, and we are jointly broadcasting this live with my brothers from Next Media, NBS, and of course the CEO Keen is also here. So I want to request Ndere Troop to come and give us a very special but short piece of entertainment for our team and His Excellency the President. very much, Derek Troop. Thank you very much, Derek Troop. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Nere Troop. Omuguru Sirgwanjezi, if you can come here closer so our Turkish team can see you so that the next performance will be in Turkey. There, ladies and gentlemen, is the head of the Nere team. You can bow to the Turkish team. Thank you very much. But to our visitors, please don't try this at home, especially what the ladies were doing with the pots. Your Excellency, it's now my pleasure to invite the Deputy Minister of Trade from Turkey, the Honorable Reza Tuna, to come and make his remarks. You're most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Excellency, President of the Republic of Uganda, Mr. Museveni, honorable ministers, honorable First Secretaries, our ambassadors, we are all brothers, as we mentioned before. I mean, it's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here in Uganda on the occasion of Uganda-Turkey Investment, Trade, Industry and Tourism Summit. It's a beautiful country. I feel myself as if I am in paradise, to tell the truth. And today, after the presentations made by all the esteemed delegates, I am so impressed with the full potential of Uganda. There are lots of opportunities. We definitely need to get together and we need to mobilize our business communities to get this potential as much as we can. So today, more than 90 companies from Turkey are present here today. And their aim and target is to improve our economic and commercial relations to a further, much more acceptable level. Let me share the numbers with you. Our total trade volume is only $72 million. Okay, yes, it was an increasing trend, but it is far from reflecting the true potential of our countries. There is a much way to go, I believe. And this summit, in that regard, it is a very important turning point. And as our ambassador and as our ministers has already mentioned, we should definitely develop win-win situation and equal partnership status for all the parties involved. I don't want to make a long address. I mean, the thing is, as we all mentioned since the beginning of this event, we need to get the results. In order to get the results, we need to get all the business communities together and make them to sign the deals as fast as they can. So today's event, therefore, so much important. There are currently certain Turkish companies doing business in Uganda. They are in construction business, they are in textile business, they are in furniture business. And what I see from the Turkish companies doing business in Uganda, what I'm getting from their feedback, they are very happy being here in Uganda. What we need to do is, we need to definitely speed up the investment and bureaucratic procedures, which I believe Investment Promotion Agency, with its one-stop policy, they are doing their best. But if there are still certain missing parts left, we are ready to cooperate with you and we are ready to support you. Turkey, last year we grew 11%. It is one of the highest growing rates in the world. This year, hopefully, we will again have a positive growth rate. Our exports reached to $220 billion, $25 billion, with an increase of 32.9%. This year, for the first 4 months of the year, our exports reached to $83.6 billion level. So when we compared 83 billion with 70 billion, I mean even $225 billion of exports with $70 million of trade volume, it's nothing. We definitely need to work on it. Our construction companies, they undertook almost 11,000 projects all around the world. And total value of those projects is $450 billion for the last 50 years. Yes, our companies is doing business, construction companies is doing business here in Uganda as well. We are talking about 7 projects. And their total value is around $526 million. We do have that expertise. We do have that knowledge. We are fully aware of the potential of Uganda. And we definitely value Uganda's potential. And we definitely, therefore we are here today, as you see, with more than 90 Turkish companies. We just want to get value-added results out of this event. I think altogether we can easily manage it. Let's hit the road. Let's get the results, Your Excellency. Let's see the benefits out of these results, because we know that Uganda is the rising star of Africa. Africa is the future of the world economy and world trade. We are here. We are ready to support you. And what we can do as Turkish government, we will be always with you and always ready to cooperate on every single issue. We are ready to share our experience with you and with your government authorities. I just want to cut my long speech short, and I would like to thank the organizers of this organization. It's an excellent organization. Very high level attendance from the Ugandan side. And I would like to thank our ambassador as well. He did a great job here. And what we need to do at this stage, to mobilize our business communities, which we promise to do so. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. With your permission, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a louder clap for the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much, Honorable Riza Tuna. Your Excellency, as the Honorable Minister mentioned, before you arrived, we had 4 key presentations, Your Excellency, from the Minister of Agriculture on agro-processing and value addition in the agriculture sector, from the Ministry of Trade on the opportunities for industrialization, also from the Ministry of Energy that was done by the PS, Engineer Batebe, on the opportunities in the minerals, energy and petroleum sector, and finally from the Ministry of Works, from the PS Minister of Works, Mr. Bagaya, on the opportunities in the infrastructure space. Your Excellency, very quickly before I invite the Honorable Nita, allow me to recognize the ministers here, the Honorable Okello Oryem from the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of State for International Cooperation, the Honorable Bright Ramirama, Minister of State and the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries, the Honorable David Bahati, the Minister of State for Industry, the Honorable Harriet Ntabazi, Minister of State for Trade. Your Excellency, we are also expecting other ministers who will be joining us here. And the Honorable, Mlimba, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Minister of State for Regional Cooperation. Yes. So it gives me now great pleasure to invite our host and co-convener of this huge summit, the Honorable Evelyn Anite. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, you're most welcome to the Turkey-Uganda Investment, Trade and Tourism Summit. Let us clap for our President. The Minister of Trade from the Republic of Turkey, Turkey, the Ambassador of Turkey to Uganda, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, my brother Okello Oryem, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Agriculture, Minister of State, my brother Honorable Bright Ramirama, the Minister of State for Trade and Tourism, especially Industry, my brother Honorable David Bahati, my sister, the Minister of State for Trade, Honorable Harriet Ntabazi, the Minister of State for Regional Cooperation, my brother John Mulimba, the ambassadors present, but Mr. President, allow me to recognize the Ambassador of Turkey, or Turkey, from Uganda to Turkey. Thank you. The Ambassador Designate of Uganda to Turkey, Honorable Nusrat Peru. Mr. President, allow me to ask the Ambassadors Designate and Ambassadors Current who are present here to stand up for recognition. Thank you for coming. Mr. President, allow me also to recognize our partners in development. These are investors from Turkey, 94 companies who came aboard Turkey Airlines this morning, a number of 300 of them, again, Mr. President, not to tire them, but to stand up and wave to you. Our partners in development, you're most welcome to Uganda. Thank you. Mr. President, today we also have our domestic investors whom you have been supporting tirelessly, who expressed interest to have partnership and joint ventures with investors from Turkey, and they're here with us. Mr. President, allow me to ask them to all stand up. They're led by Dr. Patrick Bitature and the chairman of Modern Tiles, to all stand up, all the investors. Local investors, please all stand up and wave to our president. We thank you very, very much. Mr. President, as I deliver my speech, allow me in a special way to recognize our partner and the sponsor of this project, of the summit, Modern Tiles, Ashish Manpara. Thank you very, very much for supporting us. Your Excellency, today I'd like to start my speech by giving two quotes. And the first quote is from the a book published in 1908. The title of the book is My African Journey, and the publisher of the book is Winston Churchill, one of the explorers to Uganda, who referred to Uganda as the Pearl of Africa in regards to his safari to Uganda, which he took in 1907. Mr. President, in his book, Church Wilston says he was so inspired by Uganda for its magnificence, fertility of form and color, for profusion of bright life, bird, insect, reptiles, beasts. For vast scale, Uganda, therefore, is truly the Pearl of Africa. That said, Mr. President, I want all the citizens of the Pearl of Africa to put their hands together and welcome our new partners in development from Turkey to Uganda, if you're from the Pearl of Africa. Mr. President, my second quote is from a revolutionary leader in Africa, a true leader of Africans, a champion of industrialization, an old man with a heart at the equator. The only man, I believe, and these are my words, that God talks to every day and God works through to ensure that Uganda is peaceful and stable, that Ugandans enjoy the Pearl of Africa. And this man, when he took over power of leading this country in 1986, in his 10-point program, with his vision, he put in point number 5 of the NRM 10-point program that Uganda should have, or we should build, a self-sustaining and integrated economy. And I therefore want to quote the old man at the equator. Here goes the quote. Uganda is almost unique in the world. Only 2 other countries in the world are like Uganda, a part of Kenya and Ecuador in South America. The uniqueness of Uganda is that it is right on the equator, belonging to both the northern and the southern hemisphere. But it is also high by elevation, giving it the best climate all year round. Your Excellency, we got our inspiration of the theme of this summit from that quote. Ladies and gentlemen, the person from whom I made the quote is right in front of you. Let us clap for him. Mr. President, before I give the background of this summit, allow me to say that Uganda is a land of opportunities. Uganda, as the chairman of the Asian community in Uganda, whom you made as a tribe, one of the tribes in Uganda describes it, Mr. Mohan, whom I believe is also here, if he's here, you could stand up, describes Uganda because he's an investor, describes Uganda being profitable, peaceful, and prosperous. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, our partners in development from Turkey, or Turkey. Today, you are in a land of profit, prosperity, peace. I know we are not here in a conference of charity or handouts, which my president advises us to desist from, handouts. We are in a conference or a summit of making money, business. And Mr. President, truly Uganda is very profitable. And therefore, you have guided us, and I still want to go ahead and mention the guidance of the investment areas that you have timely told us to tell the world about the investment opportunities in Uganda. To our gallant investors from Turkey, we have opportunities of investing in grain milling, making of animal feeds, fruit processing, making of starch out of cassava. Mr. President, I visited Turkey, and for sure, Turkey is not only a tourist destination, but lately Ugandans visit Turkey for health tourism. And I want to encourage the Turkey investors to come and invest in Uganda, because we have sugar that we only consume for taking tea, and yet we do know for sure that we can make medical syrups out of this sugar, that we do know for sure that we have our cassava, that is our pride in the country, but we do not consume it with further value addition. We'd like to invite you to come and do value addition in making starch in that area. We have investment opportunity in value addition in maize to make cereals for the babies, industrial alcohol, steel manufacturing. We have abundance of iron ore in our country, and therefore I'd like to ask you to come and invest, do value addition in our iron ore, because Uganda has a population of 43 million people, but still growing and steadily growing, and therefore we will need materials for real estate. Minerals. Mr. President, you do remember that the investors from Turkey are interested in doing value addition on our gold. And they are also here with us, whom we have attracted and you've encouraged to invest in the gold sector. They're here. Mr. President, as we all do know that Turkey is world famous destination for textile. And we're inviting the investors from Turkey to do value addition on our very excellent cotton. Mr. President, you told us to promote wolfram, tin, nickel, copper, and aluminium, among others. But Your Excellency, you have not only asked me as the Minister of Investment to talk about promotion of the minerals or the natural God-given resources to the country, but also talk about the incentives that you put in place. Your Excellency, allow me to start by the 9 tax incentives that you've given us to promote our investors. And I want to start by the land incentives. You did direct that we must establish 25 industrial parks. Yes, Your Excellency, with your support, we have already marked the 25 industrial parks in all the 20 regions of Uganda, and one of our industrial parks has been taken up by the investors from Turkey for development, and that is in Nakasongola. Tomorrow we'll be launching this Turkey-Uganda industrial park at Nakasongola. But what is in it for you, the investors from Turkey? It is not that we just want you to come and put your money in Uganda. We're telling you that if you invest in Uganda, you will not only be getting market or demand for your products. For the 43 million Ugandans, our president has negotiated the East African market of 170 million East Africans. So you have ready market of 170 million people. Our president has talked about and negotiated the commercial market of 390 million people. We're talking about your products being manufactured in Uganda, but to be able to be exported to the African free trade area of 1.25 billion people. and therefore market is readily available. And this is a non-tax incentive. But our president has further guided us to give tax incentives. We know that we are competing with so many countries in Africa, over 50 countries in Africa, and therefore our president has guided us and encouraged us to put in our tax laws the following incentives. We have 10-year tax holiday for you investors, and I believe you can get this nowhere but in Uganda. If you're in agriculture sector, both commercial and value addition, you will surely enjoy the 10-year tax holiday. The developers and operators of industrial park, manufacturers who intend to manufacture their products for export, we have gazetted free zone areas in our various industrial parks. And if you export 80% of your products, you will enjoy our 10-year tax holiday. Additionally, you'll be able to export your goods free of taxes. Import duty exemption on plant and machinery. I do know for sure, Mr. President, that Turkey is well known of manufacturing plant and machinery of European standard, but of Chinese price, and therefore will allow you to import this plant and machinery in Uganda free of taxes. 100% allowable exempt on training. So if you do train Ugandans and the people working in your factory, our president has guided that Uganda Revenue Authority should allow that you deduct the tax or the money that you invested in training the citizens or the workers in that factory. 100% cost recovery on exploration, development, and production cost, expenditure on mining operation. Mr. President, today we are having this summit focusing on 3 major areas. One is investment, trade, industry, and tourism. To the investors, if you are not in the mood of investing in industry, we ask you to explore the beautiful country, the Pearl of Africa. With its uniqueness, you go and do tourism. I want to report, Mr. President, that our investors shall be going to visit Machishon Falls, the only place where when it is very hot, it still will rain and drizzle on you. The ambassador of Turkey to Uganda led a delegation of investors to that area. And Your Excellency, I did not know that actually it drizzles on you or it rains on you when it is hot and day in, day out when you visit Machishon Falls. So the ambassador told me, even when you come from northern Uganda, you have not seen the beauty of your country. And therefore I visited that place. I was able to get a hug from the 7 colors of the rainbow, and it truly drizzled on me in the Machishon Falls. An amazing experience. Thank you, Your Excellency. Mr. President, so I would like to encourage them to visit our tourist destination, Machishon Falls, the Buyindi Impenetrable Forest, go and visit the source of the River Nile, which is the largest or the longest river of the world. Your Excellency, I therefore would like to also encourage them in the tourism and the trade sector. My chairman of Uganda Investment Authority, before you arrived, gave a wonderful speech of giving details of the trade balance. And Your Excellency, allow me just give a quick recap so that we are able to make you to hear from the investors before you deliver your speech. Mr. President, Uganda and Turkey have enjoyed warm and cordial bilateral relationships since 1969 and have implemented several joint projects in the education, agriculture, value addition, environment, infrastructure development, ICT, and construction spheres through the Turkey Cooperation and Coordination Agency. Your Excellency, as a result of these and other efforts, the trade volume between both countries, and this I am very sure the Minister of Trade who is here, Honorable Ntabazi, will be very happy to hear this, that the trade volume between both countries increased to 71 million in 2021, up from 63 million in 2020. Mr. President, in 2021 alone, Turkey's exports to Uganda increased by 26%, and Uganda's export to Turkey increased by 418%. And if you're a citizen from the Pearl of Africa, please clap for yourselves. Your Excellency, as I come to the conclusion of my speech, allow me not to stamp chest, but allow me to tell the truth to the citizens of the country and the people who are here. That the idea of having the investment, trade, and industry and tourism summit was not our idea. We have been telling you that it is us, the person who encouraged us and directed that we must have the tourism, investment, trade, and industry summit is His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And I thank you, Your Excellency, very, very much. When myself and Ambassador Alp, whom I want to invite on the podium, to invite the Turkish companies, 4 of them to give a testimony moderated by Mildred of how they have been treated in Uganda. Your Excellency, when we visited you with a number of Turkish investors, you then guided us that we must have this summit. And I am very happy you promised us that you will grace the occasion, and thank you that you left aside everything and today you're here to grace the occasion. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Asante sana. Your Excellency, that said, allow me ask the Ambassador of Turkey to go on the podium and speak in Uganda this time. And also, as he goes on the podium, allow me introduce the organizers. Uganda Investment Authority, my excellent ED whom you gave me to work with, very excellent. Please, Robert, stand up with your team of Uganda Investment Authority, that you have helped to redeem the corrupt image of UIA. Allow me to recognize my chairman of UIA, Morrison Rokakamba, and the board of UIA. Allow me to recognize the organizing team, my brother, the Ambassador of Turkey, current, my sister, Nusrat Iperu, who helped us in organizing this. She's there. And in a special way, allow me to recognize the PS of Foreign Affairs with the team from Foreign Affairs for helping us. Mr. President, this morning they were at the airport receiving our dignitaries, and Honorable Kelo Riem has been guiding us on diplomacy and all that. As I invite and therefore ask the Ambassador to speak to you in Uganda, allow me thank the former Vice President for transforming or transiting from a politician to an investor. Mr. President, he is now an investor, one of our domestic investors. Please, His Excellency Emeritus Vice President Edward Sekandi, thank you for joining the investment world and creating jobs for Ugandans. I believe you learned it from your mentor, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Mr. President, before I invite you, allow me ask the Ambassador to invite the Turkish companies to come and just tell you, they're already here, there are only 3, to tell you how they have found the Ugandan environment to invest. That testimony will be able to encourage the 300 investors that are here to take the decision either to do tourism or investment or trade in Uganda. I thank you.
Mwami Presidenti Mukama wange, karibu sana, sayunse okulaba, ndi musanyufu okubeera namwe leero. Basebo ne banyabo, I would like to invite now those investors which have proved to be a success story, and we are hoping will influence and encourage other investors to come. Mr. Levent Dervishoğlu, please join us from Potenza Lubricants, and who has been recently decorated to be the Honorary Consul of Uganda in Istanbul. Mr. Murat Mazı, Project Manager of Renaissance Construction. Mr. Ömer Yüksel from ADL Global. Mrs. Emek Eker Mary Poppins, and who has been also recently appointed Honorary Consul of Uganda to Antalya, and Mr. Gökhan Gül of Gülsen Holding. Thank you.
The Q&A, which will take only 10 minutes, Mr. President, will be led by Mildred. So Mildred, if you can just come here. Quickly, yeah, okay, that's fine.
All right, let me get there.
Mr. President, our dignitaries, as Mildred comes to take the microphone, allow me to recognize the arrival of the Minister of Health, Honorable Minister Jane Achain. Thank you very much for coming.
All protocol observed. Your Excellency, the first success story of a Turkish company established in Uganda. It's a Turkish company established in 1993 that is Potenza Lubricants. The oil wholesalers, and they're existent here in Namamve Industrial Park, dealing in automobile and industrial lubricants. And earlier on, we were informed that we have a potential of 6 billion barrels of oil in the oil and gas sector, with 1.4 billion of those recoverable. Allow me invite the Honorable Consul, Mr. Levent, to tell us what it's been like investing in Uganda.
Honorable Excellency, Honorable Ministers, Sayın Bakanım, Sayın Büyükelçim, I would like to inform you just a little bit about my story. We are just a medium, big size company. Our total turnover is around 20 million. So companies like our size couldn't have so many chances. So we can able to make in our lifetime only one time investment. So we choose Uganda for extending our business in all over the world. I have already seen West Africa. I travel everywhere. But what I have seen is that Uganda is really the virgin country for the market size. So because of this reason, we would like to invest in 2019, starting with the trade. First of all, we obtained our trade license from Uganda Investment Authority. It's really very easy for me. It's a one-stop. And then we have already done everything. Our bank accounts, our trade license, our TIN numbers, everything has been in order. So we started with the 4 containers to import from Turkey, we export from Turkey to Uganda. I know that I'm not going to earn money because we have a taxation here, like 35% for the import tax, extension tax, infrastructures, and something like this. But our aim is not to earn money. Our aim is to check the market. So there are 4 parameters for me at that time. The first is, can I able to export my product from Turkey to Uganda? Yes, well done. The second, can I able to sell my products in Ugandan market? Well done, because Turkish products are affordable price with good quality. So the market starts to buy my products. The third one is that, can I able to collect my money? Well done, I collect my money. The other one is that the banking system. Can I able to transfer the money from Uganda to Turkey? Yes, I did. So after that, thanks to the system, after that, I decided to obtain my investment license, and then we got our license, and now at Namambe, we have a small production with 14 Ugandans are working together with us, my brothers and sisters, and we are all happy, and then we try to extend our business in Uganda. We believe Uganda because happy people here, marvelous weather, and there are so many opportunities. So as a honorary consul, my mission is to be a touching point between the Turkish businessman and Ugandan businessman, And then I would like to let Ugandan well-known in Turkey, and then to invite all the Turkish businessmen also at my site to Uganda. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for Mr. Levent. All the questions he had while investing in Uganda were answered, including profit and market. The next investor is Renaissance Construction. Your Excellency, this company is ranked 36th in engineering news records, and it was top among the 250 international contractors in 2018, and it has maintained its leading position among the Turkish contracting companies. It raised about 4.2 billion US dollars in revenues in just 2017 alone, and landed about 3.6 billion from its international projects. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Mr. Murat Mazi. What has business been like in the Pearl of Africa? Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. So, Your Excellency, honorable members of Ugandan government, Sayın Bakanım, and all the distinguishable guests. So, Renaissance Holding has been established in 1996, and less than 30 years, we became the 28th biggest construction company in the world. So the biggest problem right now in the construction industry is the completion of the projects in time and within the budget. You also have in Uganda a lot of strategic, important construction projects. So finishing them on time is very, very important, not only for you, for the whole the developing countries. So Renaissance has a big track record completing all the projects in time and within the budget. As mentioned, our annual revenue is $4 billion, and we are very eager to join your petrochemical, the gas, oil and gas sector, and the infrastructure. I read your National Development Plan number 3. I realized that there are two bottlenecks mentioned by the Ugandan government authorities. One of them is infrastructure. Uganda needs immediately improve its infrastructure. And the second one is the dragging projects. I mean, some of the projects are taking longer than expected. And also the other point is PPP, public-private partnership. So Renaissance completed 5 big city hospitals in Turkey with 7,000 bed capacity, and they are almost $10 billion investments. So we are ready to join also PPP endeavor of the Ugandan government. So I don't want to keep it long. So we have been here in Uganda more than 2.5 years. We are constructing United States Embassy with our American partner, Pernix Federal. So we are currently employing around 500 engineers, supervisors, Ugandan workers. So we are trying to give them every kind of training and on-the-job training and certificates, and most of them are ready for their next project. We are also in Africa. In Mozambique, we have LNG project. In Tanzania, Tanga Port, we are going to build the last portion of the jetty to load the Ugandan oil to the ships. And also in Algeria and many areas, we are already active. So we would like to assist with a mutual cooperation, strategic partnership together with the Ugandan government. We want to help you, and together with you, we would like to develop Uganda further. So in Russia and Turkmenistan, these are 2 big countries which Renaissance is heavily active. Most of the Russian oil and gas infrastructure, maybe 70–80% of it built by the Renaissance. So we are also ready to be your strategic partners and take action with you. So thank you very much.
And Your Excellency, let's now listen from the lady herself and what the experience has been like investing in the Pearl of Africa. Like the Deputy Minister said earlier, Uganda is the star, the rising star of Africa.
Honorable President, Honorable Ministers, Sayın Bakanım, Honorable Ambassadors. I don't have long story actually, but I started to work with Ugandans 5 years ago. I realized that more than 8,000 Ugandans were working in Turkey, and I decided to work with Ugandans in the legal ways, which we can bring them to Turkey with work permit, working visas. Everything has to be in secure Ugandans in Turkey. Actually, why we decided, because Ugandans and Turkish are, I'm not saying similar, almost same cultures we have. So that's why we decided to work in our companies, in hotels or in other sectors with Ugandans. Ugandans are already in Turkey, working in industrial zones, working in textile factories, working in tourism areas. This is my story where it started actually. Now we are in Uganda. We are almost ready to open training center in Uganda. We want to train Ugandans, especially in the technical areas, which who can work in the factories, also in the tourism sector, because Uganda is going to be a tourism, actually the tourism potential in Uganda is probably the Turkish investors will come to Uganda and start tourism and hotel business in here. So we want to make everything ready for the investors who will decide to come to invest in Uganda. Almost during the COVID time, of course, we couldn't have any, the potential was not really high actually, but almost 350 Ugandans came to Turkey and working through my company in the legal ways. They got insurance and everything. Now we are ready to invest on juice factory. When I come here, I realized many other things in Uganda. Of course, I couldn't just make human resources in here. So we are now ready to invest juice factory. Later on, we are going to invest on agriculture because Uganda is an agricultural country. Mostly they are thinking why you are the Honorary Consulate of Antalya, because Antalya is a small town. Antalya is the same as Uganda because we are an agricultural, main agricultural town in Turkey, and also the tourism in Turkey. That's why we can compare everything together and we can increase our partnerships. And so, Honorary Consulate of Antalya, I just want to share small things. 4 years ago, first time I visited industrial zone in Antalya to invite them to Uganda. They told me that Uganda is the list we shouldn't visit. So I was so surprised and I asked the reason. Why is the reason? Because they told me that we don't know anything about Uganda. It's a secure country. We can invest in there. I said, of course, everything is possible. So now we are seeing more than 90 Turkish business people here participating in this summit. And I believe it will be more very soon. I want to thank my ambassadors, both of them Turkish and the Ugandan ambassadors. They are making everything great for us, opening ways. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. I can officially assure you of abundance of fruit and very much organic fruit. Ladies and gentlemen, let's listen in briefly from ADL Global what the situation has been like investing. Mr. Haki Oztuk.
His Excellencies Yoweri Museveni, His Excellencies Ambassador Kerem Alp, Big Business Council Vice Chair Mr. Doğan Ali Doğan, and everyone who contributed to the organization of this event, on behalf of ADL Global Group of Companies, I would like to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to be here and enjoy your warm hospitality. As ADL Group of Companies, we appreciate your presence. In 2003, we started our journey with many goals in front of us, waiting to be achieved. With small but confident steps, we succeeded to reach each goal one by one and enjoyed ADL Global Group growing year by year in many different fields. In 2006, we started our trip with Africa. We started with West Africa, Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, and it was really excited to be in that region. In 2006, we first came to Uganda. And when we came here, it was kind of, gives the feeling like we were at home. So we decided to spend more time in Uganda, as Uganda seemed to be the golden star in East Africa. In 2019, we started to apply for our certificates for business and all the other documents that were needed. But then, unfortunately, the COVID came. So we waited 2 years, and in 2020, we just started to come again and go step by step. Tamam, okay. So after spending several years here, we decided with ADL group of companies to share our know-how that we got during all the years in making business in Turkey with Ugandans, and to share our experiences in many different fields to seek partners for a long term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, I know time is really against us, but I kindly request that you give us just 2 more minutes to listen to our last of the success stories. Do I take your permission, sir? All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for the President. I know he doesn't have a lot of time, but let's listen in from last of the success stories, Gulsan Holdings, which has expertise in construction, energy, tourism, industry, and real estate sectors, and also ranked amongst the world's top 250 international contractors. Go ahead, Mr. Gol.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers, Sayın Bakanım, His Excellency Ambassadors, it's a very big honor to speak in here. Thank you very much. Gulsan Holding is a family-owned company which has been established in 1950. We are mainly in the construction area. Also, we have 4 5-star hotels in Turkey at the south coast of East Turkey, and we are doing hydropower plants. We have 800 hydropower plants. Also, these hydropower plants are own investments in Turkey, and we are looking for some more investments in Uganda with the PPAs for this energy businesses. I would like to say that we are, as Gulsan, we are in this region since 2008, last 14 years nearly. We started with the construction of Juba-Nimile Road, and then Kenya, and now we are constructing the road from Apache, Lira, and Puranga. I would like to say that at the beginning we were mostly employing the Turkish workforce, but now I'm proud to say that we have more than 800 locals working for us in the northern region. And I would like to express also that in the East Africa, Ugandans are the best and the hard worker people that I have experienced. To cut it short, I would like to tell my fellow Ugandan friends and our Turkish friends that we have an office, and I live in here, and we have an office in here. If there is anything that I can help with your questions or with your problems, I'm always very happy to welcome you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause to all these success stories. It clearly depicts that they're already Turkish investors, and we are expecting more and more. And to Your Excellency, it's great that we only have beautiful and positive stories coming through. Due to time, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite back the State Minister for Privatization and Investment, Honorable Evelyn Anite.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, I want to thank you very, very much for listening to the success story of the investors we've already attracted from Turkey to Uganda. Thank you, and thank you very much. Your Excellency, at this point in time, I'd like to take this pleasure to invite our champion of industrialization of Uganda to take Uganda into middle-income status, to create jobs for our citizens, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, to speak. But as I ask you to stand up, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, let us all stand up and give a round of applause for our President. Thank you, and thank you very, very, very much for coming.
Okay, sit down, please, sit down. The Honorable Minister from Turkey, the ministers of Uganda, the ambassadors, the Ugandan business people, and the Turkish business people. Africa is very confusing. These people who come from outside must be confused, because Africa is so rich, everything is here. As you heard, the minister said he's in paradise here, which is true. Yet, Africa is underdeveloped. This is where people may not understand. Now, there are reasons for that, but I don't have time to go into them. We have analyzed them somewhere else in other documents. How Africa and why Africa lagged behind other continents. Africa is a very huge area. It is 12 million square miles of land. 12 million. That means it is about 12 times bigger than India in land area. You can fit India into Africa 12 times, and it will fit there. But the population of Africa has been small for many millennia, and there are reasons for that. You hear that Africa is 12 times bigger than India, but even now, the population of India is still slightly bigger than the population of Africa. But the population of Africa is now growing very fast for the first time. Because of modern medicine, we are able to control the diseases of the tropics, and the population is growing very fast. In the next 30 years, the population of Africa will be 2.5 billion, bigger than any population in the world. So therefore, the people who are coming from outside need to be helped to understand why, how can you have so much resource and you still have underdevelopment. There are reasons for that, but I don't have time to go into them. But in the case of Uganda, 36 years ago, in fact, starting from the 1960s, we had a new force, a new political force, led initially by students, which eventually took power in Uganda here in 1986. And when we came into government, we put forward 4 principles to deal with the situation of Uganda, which is a smaller part of Africa, but right in the middle of Africa. Here where we are, on this lake, this is where the River Nile starts to go to Egypt. A very long, 7,000 kilometers. The River Nile starts some 50 miles east of here, or 60 miles. So, we, after very serious analysis, identified 4 principles, which is why Uganda is now coming up. Principle number 1 was patriotism. Because part of the problem in Africa has been sectarianism. Sectarianism of religion and tribes. So we said down with sectarianism, long live patriotism, love Uganda. Yes, there are tribes, there are religious groups, but Uganda is first. Because we need Uganda, we need a united Uganda for our prosperity. We need the united market of Uganda for business. To create prosperity, Uganda must be a united country so that you can produce something here and sell it in other parts of Uganda without any problem. So that became principle number 1, patriotism. Principle number 2, Pan-Africanism. When you are dealing with prosperity, you are dealing with business, don't think only of Uganda. Think of the whole of Africa. That's why you had us playing 3 anthems. We played 3 anthems here. One anthem was for Uganda, one for Turkey, and the other one for East Africa, the East African community. So therefore, our second principle is Pan-Africanism. The whole of Africa. We look not only at Uganda, but we look at the whole of Africa, especially for business. Now, the third principle is socio-economic transformation. Because one reason why business is low is because of the traditional structure of the society. The society was still organized in the old ways. Because, as you can see, the land is so rich, everything can grow, so you would find the families growing their own food, building their own houses without using money. What they call subsistence. You produce to support yourself, to to eat. This has been one of the biggest problems of business in Africa. Families depending on themselves. And that's why, but of course they don't live very well. They survive, they have food, but they don't live as well as they could if they adopt a modern way. So that's why our third principle is socio-economic transformation. The society must go from the pre-capitalist mode of life, mode of economy, to a modern economy of specialization and exchange. That is the third principle. Now the fourth one is democracy, which is clear enough. So it is because of these three, of those four principles, that we are where we are now. Uganda has begun to change. We are encouraging the families in the rural areas to go into commercial agriculture. Instead of just doing agriculture for home consumption, we say do agriculture for home consumption, but also for the market, commercial agriculture. Then education. Uganda now has got a literacy rate of 77%. In 1986, it was 43%. The literacy rate, the ability to read and write, it is now 77% because of more education. Infrastructure, and so on. So therefore, it is because of those principles that we are where we are now. When we invite friends like the ones from Turkey to come here, and we encourage them to do business here. Because when you do business, as the Minister Anita was saying, it is not charity. People don't come to do work for charity, as far as business is concerned. They come to do businesses which can make profit. And I can assure you that where you are now, you can make profits if you invest here. As the Honorable Minister said, Anite, to do business, you need three things. Number one, you need to produce a good or a service, a product which is a good or a service. That's one element of business. The second element is that you need somebody to buy that good or that service from you. Because if you produce and nobody buys, the business will not grow, or only a few people buy what you have produced. So the second element of business is market. The third element is infrastructure. Infrastructure to link the producer of a good or a service with the consumer of the good or the service. And as the ministers have been telling you, Uganda has got good conditions for all the three. The goods to be produced here, especially industrial goods, because we don't invite you to come and do agriculture and so on. That one we are already doing. The people are already doing agriculture. So what we want is mainly value addition. And as you heard the minister reading to you, everything here, as you can see, grows. We are right on the equator. The airport where you landed is on the equator, but we have got a high altitude. Here where you are sitting is 1,000, I think 200 meters above sea level. Whenever I go to some parts of the world, like New York, I look at the computer of my plane and it says I'm 18 feet above sea level. I get very worried. I get worried that the ocean will come and swallow me. 18 feet above sea level. If you go to New York, you look at the computer of the plane, 18 feet above sea level. Here we are 1.2 kilometers above sea level. That's why the climate is nice, because of the altitude. And some parts of Uganda go up to 5,000 meters above sea level. That's why you will find permanent snow right on the equator. This is where some parts of Africa are very interesting. Permanent snow on the equator. So because of that, we can grow crops of the tropics, but we can also grow crops of the temperate zones, of the cold climates. There's nothing we cannot grow. We can grow tropical crops, grow savanna crops, grow temperate, like the ones you grow in Europe. We can grow them here. For instance, we can grow grapes, grow apples, products which are grown in cold climates, but also grow the ones of the tropics and of the savanna. So therefore, one cluster of business is agro-processing. And these people can tell you some of the areas we have already developed, like for instance, bananas. We are the second biggest growers of bananas in the whole world. We grow 10 million metric tons of bananas a year. Bananas of all types, very sweet bananas. When my family were living in Sweden, I went there to see them, and they brought something they called banana. It's not banana, it's something else. From Panama. You don't feel anything. Oh, I felt sorry for those people. We produce now 5 million tons of maize. And we are still not, we produce 8 million bags of coffee, 60 kilogram bags. We produce tea, I think 60 million kilograms. Milk, we are almost hitting 3 billion liters a year. and so on. So there are some areas where we have already moved, but we can move more. For instance, on the bananas, although we are producing 10 million tons, the farmers are still using low technology. If they follow the government experimental practices, they can increase that by 10 times. Go from 5.3 metric tons per hectare to 53 metric tons per hectare. So the production potential is very huge. So therefore, anybody who wants to do anything in value addition on crops is welcome. For cassava, for all those, for fruits. Then, on the side of minerals, they must have told you, we need a factory for steel. We have got very good iron ore. We need steel. Phosphates, fertilizers. We had agreed with the Chinese company, but they had some problems. Vermiculite for some industrial products. Gold, copper, cobalt, lithium. Lithium, want to produce lithium batteries here. Niobium, they are all here. Rare earth. All those high value minerals, we have them here. The tin, tungsten. So, on the side of producing goods and for services, transport, medical, educational, like people who are talking of building schools for technical especially, tourism, hotels, all that is open. So to produce goods and services here, it is very easy. Why? Because of the raw materials, which are abundant. But then, how about the market? The market you have had, the market of Uganda, 43 million. I need to update Minister Anite that the population of East Africa now is 300 million because Congo has joined. Congo has joined. The 170 million you are talking about is the old 6 countries. They are now 7, including Congo. So it's 300 million people. Then the whole of Africa, 1.3 billion. So the market of Africa is there. But we have also negotiated with the United States for access to the United States market. You know, some of the Americans are Africans, as you may know. One of them was president there recently. So we have that deal with the Americans to supply 3,000, I think there are 3,000, or are they 6,000 products, quota-free, tariff-free. No tax, you should give them that list. If you produce here, you can export to the US without tax, without quota. Then the European Union. And then China. We've got good relations with China. And also with Turkey. So you can export, you can sell within Uganda, sell in Africa, sell to third-party markets. And you can also sell back into Turkey in case you need some of the things there. And then the infrastructure. You have heard that some of the companies here, like the one building the roads, the infrastructure is being worked on. Power, electricity, the roads, the railway, the telephones, those are being worked on. So then you have some of the products from the forests. If it was not for human habitation, this area would be a forest. You can see there, where the people are not, there are no people, it's a forest. Forests here grow very easily. So for products of the forest, like paper, like furniture, like other wood products, this is a very good area. So therefore, I'm very happy to welcome the Turkish delegations here, and I'm happy that you are meeting the Ugandans. The Mwabana Uganda mulina okubeera abakristu n'abasiraamu abeesimbu ate ne mutaleeta buyaayi wano kubanga amanyi nti abayaayi gye bali abagenda kwonoona erinnya lyaffe okukola obukumpanya eri abagenyi bano abavudde bweru. Temulimba ate temubba abantu bano abagenyi bano, mukolagane bulungi mu ngeri ennungi y'obwesimbu. Naye nkakasa kubanga mpuliriddemu abamu temugambye nti Bitatuule ye chairman wamwe ali luddawa? Bitatuule ali awo? Ali luddawa Bitatuule nga simulaba? Ani amuddako? Ani adda ku Bitatuule? Bitatuule ye talina mumyoka. Ajja ayogera wano ku muzindaalo mbawulire, mpulire oba mugenda kutawaanya abagenyi bange. Ani aliwo? Bino mbyogedde mu Luganda kubanga saagala abagenyi naawe oyogera Oluganda, omanyi Luganda?
Ndwogeramu katonotono Excellency, lumanyi. Bannayuganda tukolagane bulungi.
Amanya gwani?
Nze Morrison Lwakakamba, Your Excellency.
Lwakakamba?
Yes.
Oyo kyalina business oyo. Oyo mukozi wa gavumenti, genda otuule. Njagala muna business ajja akiikirira abalala. Temuleetera abakozi ba gavumenti, abakozi ba gavumenti abo mbamanyi. Jangu wali bakulabe, jangu wali genda wali bakulabe bulungi. Mugenda wali oludda luli.
So, Your Excellency, omwami ajja Benon Lujja ow'Amaganjo Grain Millers akola akawunga.
Akola akawunga?
Yes, sir.
Maganjo oyo nali nkozesa esaano ye akawunga akakalo naye kati nagivaako olw'ensonga yenjako. Maganja ogamba ki? Weyanjule.
Essebo weebale nnyo mukama waffe.
Semberera omuzindaalo.
Weebale nnyo mukama waffe President. Olyose n'oyogera ku kalo. Wakoogerako ne ŋŋenda nsula India. Nendeeta ebyuma eby'omulembe.
Watereza ensonga.
Obukulembeze bwe obunkoze bulungi nnyo nga Maganja Green Millers.
Mbadde saagala kwanjula ebyama byonna.
Ssebo kyakola bulungi era ozze otukulembera bulungi nnyo ffe nga Maganja. Oli steady, oyogera ekituufu, naffe basajjamu ne tukola ne tutereeza ebintu. Ssebo tweyama ng'abasuubuzi, tujja kukolagana ne bannaffe, ate watukola bulungi, watugamba nti you don't milk a cow from the bush. Nawulira mukama wange oyogera. Entekejje wano tugimilikinge naye nga tuli beesigwa. Tujja kukola n'obwesige bwonna, mukama wange tetujja kuswaza, tujja kukola kyonna. Okuuma ekitiibwa ky'eggwanga.
Muwulidde oyo amanya amagezi g'abalaalo.
Tujja kuuma erinnya lyo, olwaniridde eggwanga lino, olwaniridde erinnya lyo, olwaniridde eggwanga lyaffe. Tujja likuuma.
Kale omanyiko akazungu yogera ku byamaganjo. Mu luzungu oyogera ebyamaganjo. Maganjo ekola ki? Yogera mu luzungu.
Maganja Green Millers.
Bw'osibuka wa? Omunayuganda osibuka wa?
Mukama wange nsibuka Gomba gy'omanyi gye walongoosa amakubo gonna.
Gomba ewaffe?
Gomba ewuwo.
Wo wonna?
Nsambwe.
Nsambwe.
Awalongoosa ekkubo lyaffe n'olikola bulungi.
Omugenzi.
Essebo.
Mugenzi.
Era nkola kawunga. Mukama wange akawunga nkakoledde emyaka egiwera 4 n'omusobyo. Era nkola n'emmere y'abantu endala yonna, okuva mu bulo, okuva mu soya, tukola n'omuceere n'eŋŋaano, era tulisa abannayuganda. Si wonna wokka, era tu-exportinga mu nsi nnyingi ebweru ne babigula bulungi. Era ssebo ne mu ttaka batuwa ebyuma ebikola eŋŋaano n'ebikola ebintu ebirala.
Kati yogera mu luzungu bano bawulire.
Ssebo webale nnyo okumpa omukisa ogwo mukama wange. We import machinery from Turkey, especially wheat milling parts and machines. We are the leading producers of good maize flour, baby foods, and other foods. Though we import some raw materials sometimes from Tanzania, but that is what we produce.
Thank you.
All in all, sir, Mr. President, we are feeding your people with good foods.
Very good.
Thank you so much.
Ani omulala oyo. Our Turkish people, this man is a miller of grains. Grains like maize, like millet. We have got very good food which people in the world don't know. It's called millet. It has got protein, carbohydrate, and iron. It is an indigenous food. That's what I eat myself. I eat that all the time. Then they mill she mills other foods. The soybean, like soya and so on. So that's what he does. And ategwe okoraki.
Your Excellency, my name is Stephen Asimwe. I represent the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, where we have over 300 business associations that are represented by 13 sectors: manufacturing, agriculture, tourism, ICT, professional services, financial services, logistics and transport, and many of the people who are here, Your Excellency, are members of the Private Sector Association, and work very closely with government to facilitate trade, investment, industry, and all the employment facilities around from the private sector members of the PSFU. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Olio mulala.
Your Excellency, amanya gange bampita Nelson Tugume, mtrendinga mwanyi. So far, exporting omwanyi mu US, mu Europe, mu Asia ne China, but tufunye omukisa ogwo kubeera wano kutandika n'okukwataganya ne ba Turkey to export coffee in Turkey. Coffee in Turkey is a big thing, and I believe with this relationship that UIA and the government of Uganda, and with your championship, Mr. President, you will see big revenues of coffee coming from Uganda. And we've also made big investments from Turkey, especially all our roasters have been imported from Turkey, and therefore Turkey, it would be a good turn to make sure you enjoy Uganda's coffee. As you well know that Uganda's coffee, especially our Robustas, are the best in the world. And this is not a shock, this is not a joke. Scientifically, you can go online and check it. We have the best Robustas in the world. And we've also, Your Excellency, gone ahead and invest in big machinery in starting washing our Robustas. And therefore the Turkish who are near Europe, who like a certain kind of taste of Robusta, which is not mid-harsh and mild, this is a big opportunity for us as Ugandan coffee investors to get good monies and good collaborations in Turkey. And looking forward for my first container in Turkey in a couple of days.
Thank you. Kale mwebale. Olumulala, okay?
Sebo, Mr. President, Council Kempitemu Kewafe, Amanya, Agustini Rwangabusi, Wamwavu Teerowoleza, tukwebaza olw'okutuwa ambassador ate omupya ogende Turkey kubanga ffe twakava e Djibouti omwezi ogwedde nga tugenza okunoonya obutale bw'ebibala, fruits n'emmere, naye bwe twamala okukomawo ne tutuula.
Gwe bakuzaala wa?
Wandi Sebo?
Bakuzaala wa?
Masaka Sebo.
Masaka wa wonna?
Mu Kibinge.
Ekibinge?
Yes Sebo.
Abo bakozi?
Yes Sebo. Kaakati Sebo mangu ago nga twakawulira appointment ya ambassador Nusrat Peru, twewunya nti twamutuukako era n'atuwa audience era tubadde tukolagana naye nga we expecting to go to Turkey end of June so that we get machinery to come and add value on the fruits from Uganda and even do other business with Turkish people. But the problem, we have a fear that to get a visa to Turkey takes some time. So we are requesting you to work on that so that we ask for the visas, we get them quickly so that we make business with Turkish people. Thank you, sir, Your Excellency.
Ebibala mutunda bibala ki?
Twatwala ananas, tangawuzi, banana, sweet bananas, then ebinzali, ebinyebwa, and the people were very happy and said our things are very sweet, so we need to add on more value.
Kale mwebale. Thank you. Naye ekyobuyayi kyenjogedde mukitegedde?
Sebo tukakasa era ffe group ze tukuŋŋaanya tubaga twagala obwesigwa.
Obuyayi wa?
Tetwagala buyayi Sebo.
Obuyayi wa?
Wansi.
Wansi?
Yes Sebo.
Katonda yeebazibwe.
Thank
you. So these people have been telling me the lines of their businesses, which are all involved in value addition, grain milling, coffee. Then the last one was talking of fruits. So I was just taking a sample. So I welcome the Turkish delegation. I welcome the minister. Thank you very much for coming. This is a good place. You are in the right place at the right time. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you put your hands together again for His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni? Your Excellency, we thank you so much. We only have a couple of requests. One is that there will be only 2 photos that will happen here, and I will read out the members or the persons that will have those photos with His Excellency the President. But Your Excellency, I also wanted to mention that we have been told and confirmed that the Speaker of Parliament will be joining us later to close this summit, which for us is an endorsement of the work that is being done by the Minister of Investment, especially at the Parliament level, with the members of Parliament also present here in promoting investment in this country. And she will be joining us very shortly. So may I now request the 2 categories of teams, and I will read you who will be joining His Excellency the President in the 2 photos. The first photo will have our honorable members, the honorable ministers. So the honorable ministers, please make your way, including the honorable Deputy Minister of Trade from Turkey. Please do make your way. This will also include the Director General UIA and the Chairman UIA. If you could make your way, the honorable Evelyn Anite, the Honorable Acheng, General Ruth Acheng, the Honorable David Bahati, the Honorable Ramirama, the Honorable Harriet Ntabazi, the Honorable Okello Riem, and the Honorable John Mulemba, Honorable Riza Tuna, and Robert Mchiza, and Morrison Rakakamba.
So Morris.
Yes, go ahead. But the first photo though, Samson, eh? So we have 2 photos. That's the first photo. I'll mention the second team, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as we have our first photo. So the second category, I wanted, the Honorable Okello is coming. So cameraman, please hold. The Honorable Okello is joining you. Right, there you go. So we have the full team. May I now request, as this photo is being taken, for the ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador Alep Kerem, Honorary Consuls Emek Ekar, and our Istanbul Honorary Consul, the Ambassador Stephen Moviru, and of course the Honorable Nusrat Peru, Mr. Dogan Ali, and Honorable Riza Tuna, the Minister, to stay. So I request the others I've just mentioned to join the team. Dogan Ali, Honorable Nusrat Peru, please. The Ambassador Stephen Mobiru will stay with the Chairman, UIA, and the Director General. I want to request the Director General and the Chairman to go back. You're still in the same photo. So the Honorary Consul for Istanbul and the Honorary Consul, the 2 Honorary Consuls from Turkey, and of course our Minister from Turkey, and the Ambassador, and the 2 Ambassadors, yes, and the Director General UIA and the Chair UIA. Please. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And Your Excellency, I wanted to mention that we have a big delegation here from Parliament, the Honourable Members of Parliament who are present, and I wanted to thank the Members of Parliament for joining us for this summit. Thank you very much. There will be a couple of meetings that are happening very shortly. After His Excellency the President has left, we will request that you stay with us. We hold just to allow for His Excellency and the team to leave. And immediately they have left, we will have a very short bit of time for a couple of announcements about the next session and lunch. So if you could stay with us and hold where you are, please remain seated as we conclude this first part and the opening session of the summit.
Of course, there will be the anthems in reverse order. Those will definitely happen. So, Morris, is this the time for the anthems?
All right, so we'll have the anthems. Please stand, ladies and gentlemen, please do stand. And as Samson said, that's in reverse order. So we'll start with the East African anthem. Samson, there was a challenge for me and Marcus, but we have delegated you, sir.
I will delegate, I will Jakubayamba.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for His Excellency the President. We want to thank Your Excellency for your time and joining us for this Uganda-Turkey Investment Trade Industry and Tourism Summit. We want to request that our visiting delegation and our invited guests please remain in your positions for a couple of minutes as we manage this part of His Excellency's departure. We want also to request, ladies and gentlemen, that we will have a very short lunch. Lunch is at the tent. As you walk out from the same tent on the left, there will be lunch. Our ushers will guide you. Let's be back in 45 minutes. So what exactly? All right. So let's just a minute. Please hold.
My waka, now come and see for yourself. See my waka that I got with Momo Nyabo.